The call came while I was in a client meeting presenting quarterly projections to 15 executives. Ms. Daniels, this is Mercy General Hospital calling to confirm your pre-operative appointment tomorrow for your kidney donation surgery scheduled for Thursday. I excused myself, my hands trembling. I'm sorry, what surgery? Your kidney donation? For your sister, Vanessa Daniels? You're scheduled for final compatibility testing tomorrow at 9 a.m., surgery Thursday morning. I never agreed to donate a kidney. Silence. Then carefully. Ma'am, we have all your paperwork on file. Signed consent forms, psychological evaluation, medical clearance. You've been approved as a living donor. Send me everything. Now. 20 minutes later, I was staring at documents with my forged signature. Medical histories filled out in my mother's handwriting. A psychological evaluation claiming I was eager to save my sister's life, conducted by a Dr. Matthews, who, I discovered, was my father's golf buddy. My parents had medically trafficked me. I called my father immediately. Oh good, the hospital finally called, he said casually. We were handling the scheduling to reduce your stress. You forged my signature on organ donation papers. Forge is a strong word. We expedited the process. Expedited? You're trying to steal my kidney. Steal? His voice turned cold. Your sister is dying. You have 2 perfectly healthy kidneys. It's simple math. It's organ theft. It's family duty. Vanessa has been on dialysis for 6 months while you prance around with 2 kidneys you don't need. I do need them. They're mine. Stop being selfish, Caroline. We're your parents. We know what's best. I hung up and immediately called my lawyer, then the police, then the hospital's ethics board. But the call that changed everything came from my sister Vanessa herself. Car, please, she sobbed. I know you're scared, but I'm dying. Please don't back out now. Back out, Vanessa? I never agreed to this. Mom said you did. She said you were just nervous about the surgery, so they were handling logistics. They forged my signature. They committed fraud. No, that's not. Mom said you signed everything weeks ago. She said you wanted to help but were too anxious to deal with details. Vanessa, when have I ever been too anxious to handle my own medical decisions? I'm a healthcare administrator. Silence. Then quietly, they said you'd already agreed. They lied. The silence stretched longer. Finally, I'm going to die without a kidney. There's a transplant list. I've been on it for 8 months. My kidneys are failing faster than expected. The doctors give me maybe 2 months without a transplant. My mind raced. My sister, my spoiled, enabled golden child sister, who'd gotten everything while I'd gotten nothing, was dying. And my parents had decided my body was the solution. Vanessa, did you know they forged the papers? No, a pause. I suspected something was off when you never talked to me about it directly. But Mom said you were processing emotionally. And you didn't think to call me. I was afraid if I brought it up, you'd change your mind. Change my mind about a decision I never made. She started crying harder. I just want to live, Car. Is that so wrong? I hung up. That evening, my parents showed up at my apartment with 2 police officers. Our daughter is having a mental health crisis, my mother told them. She's refusing life-saving medical treatment for her sister. I'm refusing to have my organs stolen. I told the officers, showing them the forged documents. They committed fraud and are trying to force me into surgery. The officers looked deeply uncomfortable. This is a civil matter. Ma'am, one said to my mother, you can't force someone to donate an organ. She already agreed, Mom shrieked. She's backing out to hurt Vanessa. I never agreed. Check the signature. Compare it to my actual signature on my driver's license. The officers left. My parents didn't. You're killing your sister, Dad said flatly. You're trying to steal my organ. We gave you life. You owe us this. I don't owe you a kidney because you had sex in 1992. Mom slapped me. Hard. You selfish monster. Vanessa is dying. Then give her your kidney, Mom. I'm not a match. Neither is Dad. No. Convenient how the only match is the daughter you don't give a damn about. They had no idea what I would do next. First, I went to the hospital in person. Not Mercy General, a different hospital, where I had myself thoroughly tested. Blood work, imaging, everything. The results were illuminating. I was indeed a match for Vanessa. But I also had something else. Polycystic kidney disease markers. The same genetic condition that was killing Vanessa, just not expressed yet. My kidneys were time bombs. You could be asymptomatic for years, the nephrologist explained, or it could trigger any time. But with your family history and these markers, keeping both kidneys is medically advisable. I had him document everything. Next, I filed charges: forgery, fraud, attempted coercion for organ harvesting. The detective, Rivera, was horrified. I've seen people steal identities for money, but for organs? That's a new low. The investigation revealed more. My parents had been planning this for months. They'd accessed my medical records through Vanessa's husband, who worked in medical billing. They'd had multiple consultations about the donation process, all pretending to be me. But the most damaging evidence came from their own phones. Text messages between them. Mom, Caroline will never agree. She's too selfish. Dad. Then we don't ask. We tell her after. Mom. What if she refuses the surgery? Dad. We'll guilt her into it. Public pressure. Make her look like a monster. They'd even created a GoFundMe page. Help Caroline find the courage to save her sister. It had my photo, my name, and a story about how I'd promised to donate but was getting cold feet. $15,000 raised, none of which I knew about. I screenshot everything and posted it online. My parents tried to steal my kidney. Literally. They forged documents to schedule me for organ donation surgery without my consent. They raised money in my name. They committed identity theft, medical fraud, and tried to guilt me into surgery. And now they're calling me a murderer for wanting to keep my own organs. The internet exploded. #KidneyGate started trending. The GoFundMe was shut down for fraud. The hospital launched an investigation. Dr. Matthews, my father's golf buddy who provided the fake psychological evaluation, lost his license. Vanessa called, enraged. You're destroying our family over a kidney. Our parents destroyed our family by trying to steal my organ. I am dying. And I'm sorry about that, but my kidney won't save you. I have the same genetic markers. I'd be giving you maybe an extra year while potentially triggering my own kidney failure. You're lying. I sent her my medical records. Silence. Then, you could still buy me time. At the cost of my own life? I'm your sister. And they're my kidneys. She hung up. The criminal case proceeded quickly. My parents were arrested for fraud, conspiracy, and identity theft. The image of them in handcuffs made the local news, then national news, then international news. Parents attempt organ theft from daughter became a global headline. They were released on bail but faced serious charges. Dad's law practice crumbled. No one wanted an attorney who'd commit fraud for organs. Mom's position at the church, she was treasurer, evaporated when they discovered sheets stolen from one daughter to save another. But Vanessa's reaction was the worst. She went on a media campaign, painting herself as the victim. My sister would rather watch me die than undergo a simple procedure, she told a morning show. She's always been jealous of me. I responded with medical facts. The simple procedure has a 3% mortality rate and 20% complication rate. I also have the same genetic disease. My kidney would fail in her body within 18 months. The public turned on her quickly. Then came the twist no one expected. A stranger saw the story. A teacher from Minnesota who'd lost her son in a car accident. She was a match for Vanessa and wanted to donate. I couldn't save my son, she said, but maybe I can save someone else's daughter. Vanessa got her kidney. The surgery was successful. She'd live. My parents were convicted. Probation, community service, and massive fines. They lost their house paying legal fees and restitution. They texted me from their downsized apartment. We did it all for Vanessa, to save her life. No, I replied. You did it because you see me as spare parts for your real daughter. You could have saved her yourself. I could have, if you'd asked, if he'd respected my choice, if he told me the truth about the genetic markers. Instead, he tried to steal from me. Family helps family. Family doesn't forge signatures to harvest organs. It's been 2 years. Vanessa is alive, thriving with her donated kidney. She occasionally texts, trying to rebuild our relationship. I didn't know about the forgery, she insists. Maybe she didn't, but she knew something was wrong and chose to stay quiet because it benefited her. My parents? They've become cautionary tales in medical ethics textbooks. The case study is titled, When Family Becomes Predator: Attempted Organ Coercion Through Fraud. Last month, I started showing symptoms. The polycystic kidney disease that runs in our family is beginning to manifest in me. I'll need monitoring, possibly dialysis in the future. If my parents had succeeded in taking my kidney, I'd be dying now. They knew the genetic risk. The medical records they stole showed it clearly. They didn't care. They were willing to sacrifice my life for Vanessa's without even asking. That's not love. That's not family. That's attempted murder with a scalpel and good intentions. They had no idea what I would do next. I survived. I kept my kidneys. And I made sure everyone knew exactly what kind of people they really were. Parents who'd harvest their own daughter for spare parts. They wanted to save one daughter by sacrificing another. Instead, they lost both. And they have no one to blame but themselves.
The flames licked at the edges of my childhood photo album, turning my 8th birthday party into ash. I watched my mother's smile melt away first, then Charlotte's gap-toothed grin, then my father's distant eyes. The fire ate through 20 years of forced family memories in less than 5 minutes. My name is Sloane, and I was about to disappear. The Greyhound bus idled behind me, diesel fumes mixing with the smoke from my impromptu bonfire. I had $47 in my pocket, a duffel bag with 3 days' worth of clothes, and absolutely nothing left to lose. 3 hours earlier, I'd been sitting in my mother's living room, surrounded by what she called the people who love you most. Mom perched on her throne, that ridiculous burgundy armchair she'd inherited from her mother, while Charlotte sprawled across the couch, bouncing her 2-year-old on her knee. My brother-in-law Dallas sat in the corner, scrolling through his phone like he'd rather be anywhere else. "Honey, we need to talk," Mom had said, her voice dripping with that particular brand of concern that always made my skin crawl. "About these treatments." I should have walked out right then, but I was 39 years old and still stupid enough to hope my mother might actually support me for once. "The fertility treatments," Charlotte chimed in, shifting little Emma to her other hip. "Mom told me how much you're spending. $20,000? Sloane, that's insane." "It's my money," I said quietly, my hands folded in my lap like a scolded child. "But is it worth it?" Mom leaned forward, her perfectly manicured fingers steepled. "At your age? The doctor said your chances are what? 15%? 12, I whispered. 12%, she repeated, like she was savoring the number. And meanwhile, Charlotte's struggling to keep food on the table for her babies. There it was. The real reason for this intervention. Charlotte's eyes filled with crocodile tears on cue. "I hate asking, Sloane. You know I do. But Emma needs new clothes, and Marcus starts preschool next month, and Dallas's hours got cut again." "I'm not asking you to choose," Mom interrupted, though we all knew that was exactly what she was doing. "I'm just saying, maybe it's time to accept that some dreams aren't meant to be. You could help your sister, be the amazing aunt you already are, and stop putting yourself through this torture." The room went silent, except for Emma's babbling and the tick of Mum's antique clock. I stared at the coffee table, at the stack of Charlotte's bills Mum had conveniently arranged there, like evidence in a trial. "The next round of IVF is scheduled for Monday," I said. "Cancel it," Mom said simply. "Use that money to help your family instead. Real family. Living, breathing children who need you right now." I looked at Charlotte, who was studying her chipped nail polish with sudden fascination. I looked at Dallas, who hadn't looked up from his phone once during this entire ambush. I looked at my mother, who was smiling that patient, loving smile that had manipulated me for 39 years. "You're right," I said, standing up. "Some dreams aren't meant to be." Mom's face lit up with triumph. "Oh, sweetheart, I knew you'd understand. You're so much more mature than—" "I'm not talking about motherhood," I said, walking toward the door. I'm talking about having a family that actually gives a damn about me. The silence that followed was deafening. Sloane, don't be dramatic, Mom called after me. Come back here and let's discuss this like adults. But I was already in my car, already driving to the bank to withdraw my life savings, already planning my escape from the people who had spent 4 decades convincing me I was selfish for wanting anything for myself. I cancelled the IVF appointment from the parking lot of the bus station. Dr. Martinez's receptionist sounded confused when I told her I wouldn't be rescheduling. Are you sure, Ms. Grant? You've been working toward this for 2 years. I'm sure, I said, watching a mother chase her toddler across the asphalt. Some things just aren't worth fighting for anymore. The bus driver honked his horn. Last call for passengers heading north to anywhere but here. I stomped out the last of the burning photos with my heel and climbed aboard. As we pulled away from the station, I felt my phone buzz with a text from Charlotte. Mom says you're being ridiculous. Call me when you're ready to apologize. I turned off my phone and threw it in the trash can at the back of the bus. Some bridges are meant to burn. The bus dropped me off in Portland at 3 a.m. I had no plan, no contacts, and no idea what I was doing. But for the first time in years, the silence in my head felt like freedom instead of emptiness. I found a women's shelter called Haven House, 6 blocks from the bus station. The intake coordinator, a tired-looking woman named Janet, handed me a cup of coffee and a clipboard. Running from family or a partner? She asked, without looking up from her paperwork. Family. She nodded like she'd heard it 1,000 times. You got any skills? Education? Marketing degree, 10 years in corporate communications. Good, we can work with that. She looked up at me for the first time. You planning to stay invisible forever? Or you thinking about fighting back eventually? The question caught me off guard. I don't know yet. Fair enough. Take bed 7. Breakfast is at 6. And honey? She handed me a worn paperback book. Read this when you're ready to get angry instead of sad. The book was called Toxic Parents by Susan Forward. I devoured it in 2 days. 3 weeks later, I was volunteering at Haven House during the day and working nights at a 24-hour diner called Mel's. The work was mindless, perfect for someone trying to rebuild herself from scratch. But it was the stories I heard at the shelter that really changed me. My mother told me I was too fat to find a husband, said Maria, a woman about my age who'd fled an abusive marriage. Then when I finally left my ex, she said I was too picky, and that's why I was alone. Mine convinced me to drop out of college to take care of my sick grandmother, added Sarah, barely 25. Then when Grandma died, she said I'd wasted my potential, and it was too late to go back to school. I listened to story after story of mothers who destroyed their daughters' dreams in the name of love. Women who'd been convinced they were selfish for wanting careers, children, independence, happiness. You should write about this stuff, said Sylvia, a counselor who ran the evening support groups. You've got a way of listening that makes people feel heard. I'm not a writer. Says who? Your family? She raised an eyebrow. Honey, they also said you were too old to have kids and too selfish to help your sister. Maybe their opinions aren't worth much. That night, I started typing on the ancient computer in Haven House's common room. I wrote about the intervention, about the choice I'd been forced to make, about the moment I realized my family's love came with conditions I could never meet. I posted it anonymously on a forum called Women's Voices. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Holy shit, this is my life. I'm crying. Thank you for putting words to what I couldn't say. My mother did the exact same thing to me. How did you get the courage to leave? Looks like you struck a nerve, Sylvia said, reading over my shoulder the next morning. You got 300 comments overnight. I wrote another post, then another, Each story I shared seemed to unlock something in other women. They started sharing their own experiences in the comments, creating this raw, honest community of daughters who'd been failed by the people who were supposed to protect them. "You need to think bigger than forum posts," Sylvia said one evening as we closed up the shelter. "This could be a book, a real book. I can't use my real name. My family, so don't. Pick a pen name. But Sloane, you're giving voice to something that millions of women are going through. You can't keep hiding in the shadows forever." That weekend, I created a new email address, shgreen.writer@gmail.com. SH for Sloane Haven, the place that had saved me. Green because I was finally growing into someone new. I spent the next 6 months writing during every spare moment. The book poured out of me like a confession I'd been holding back my entire life. I wrote about toxic family dynamics, about the myth of unconditional maternal love, about the daughters who disappear rather than fight back. "It's powerful," said Emery, the literary agent who'd agreed to read my manuscript after seeing my viral forum posts. "Raw, honest, necessary. But are you prepared for what happens when this gets published? When your family finds out?" I thought about my mother's triumphant smile when I'd agreed to give up my dreams. I thought about Charlotte's crocodile tears and convenient timing. I thought about all the women at Haven House who'd been silenced by guilt and manipulation. "Let them find out," I said. "I'm done being quiet." The contract arrived 2 weeks later. My advance was enough to get my own apartment and start planning my next book. But first, I had a phone call to make. I powered on a new cell phone and scrolled to my email. Buried in the spam folder was a message I'd never seen before, sent 3 days after I'd left home. The sender was my father's old email address. "Sloane, I'm sorry I never protected you from her. I should have been stronger. There are things you need to know about your mother. Things I should have told you years ago. I love you. Dad." My hands shook as I stared at the screen. My father had been dead for 2 years. Someone else had sent this message. Someone who knew the truth about my family. And they were about to help me burn it all down. The package arrived on a Tuesday morning with no return address. Inside were 3 leather-bound journals and a handwritten note on yellow legal paper. "Sloane, your father asked me to give these to you if anything happened to him. I'm sorry it took so long. I wasn't sure you'd want them. But after reading your articles online, I think you deserve to know the truth. Mrs. Patterson, your old neighbor." I remembered Mrs. Patterson vaguely, a quiet woman who lived 2 houses down and always waved from her garden. I had no idea she'd been in contact with my father. The journals were dated from 2015 to 2019, the year he died. His handwriting was shaky in the later entries, but the earlier ones were clear and methodical, like he was building a case. March 15th, 2015 Sloane called today, excited about starting fertility treatments. I wanted to tell her I was proud of her, that she deserves every happiness. But Delilah was listening from the kitchen, and I know what happens when I show too much support for Sloane. The silent treatment for weeks, the comments about how I enable her selfishness. I'm a coward. I flipped through pages of similar entries, my father documenting every family dinner, every phone call, every moment my mother undermined me while he stood by and watched. June 3rd, 2016. Delilah intercepted another letter I wrote to Sloane. She found it in my jacket pocket and tore it up. "Stop filling her head with false hope," she said. "She needs to accept reality." But whose reality? Delilah's? The one where Sloane is always wrong and Charlotte is always the victim. My hands were shaking. All those years I thought my father didn't care. He'd been writing to me. Letters my mother had stolen. September 12th, 2017. I found Delilah's old phone today, while cleaning out the garage. She thought she'd thrown it away, but it was buried under some boxes. The text messages are still there. All of them. Every message she sent to Tyree Washington between 2010 and 2014. 4 years of lies. Tyree Washington. I remembered him. A family friend who'd moved away suddenly when I was in college. He'd been at every barbecue, every holiday gathering. My mother always lit up around him in a way she never did with my father. October 1st, 2017. Confronted Delilah about Tyree tonight. She broke down, admitted everything. The affair started after Charlotte was born. She said she was lonely, that I was always working, that Tyree made her feel alive again. She got pregnant in 2013, miscarried at 12 weeks. She said losing that baby broke something in her, made her bitter about other people's happiness, especially Sloane's desire for children. She begged me not to tell the girls, said it would destroy the family, threatened divorce if I ever said anything. I'm trapped. If I leave, I lose my daughters completely. If I stay, I watch her poison them against me every day. I had to put the journal down. My mother's cruelty toward my infertility struggles suddenly made horrifying sense. She'd lost a baby with her lover and couldn't stand watching me fight for the child she'd never had. April 20th, 2018. Sloane's IVF failed again today. She called crying, and I wanted to drive over there and hold her, tell her none of this is her fault. But Delilah was already on the phone with Charlotte, planning another intervention to get Sloane to give up and help with Charlotte's kids instead. I'm watching my daughter get destroyed, and I'm doing nothing to stop it. The final entry was dated just 2 weeks before he died. January 8th, 2019. I'm getting sicker. The doctors say it's my heart, but I know it's guilt eating me alive. I've failed Sloane in every way that matters. I should have protected her from Delilah's manipulation, should have told her the truth about the affair, about why her mother resents her so much. Should have been the father she deserved instead of a coward who chose peace over principle. I'm writing everything down. Every lie, every manipulation, every stolen letter. If something happens to me, maybe someday Sloane will understand that I loved her, that I was just too weak to show it. I closed the journal and walked to my kitchen window, staring out at the Portland skyline. My father hadn't been the distant, uncaring man I'd believed him to be. He'd been a prisoner in his own home, watching his wife destroy his daughter while he documented the abuse like a war correspondent. My phone buzzed. A Facebook message from Charlotte. "Mom is sick. She needs you. Please come." I stared at the message for a long time. Then I opened my laptop and started typing a response to my publisher. "Emery, I need to move up the publication date for the book, and I want to use my real name on the cover. It's time my family knew exactly who they're dealing with." I hit send, then replied to Charlotte. "I'll be there tomorrow." It was time to go home. Not as the broken daughter who'd fled in the night, but as the woman who'd learned to weaponize the truth. My mother wanted to see me? Perfect. I had some questions about Tyree Washington. The hospital smelled like disinfectant and broken promises. I found my mother in room 314, looking smaller than I remembered. Her hair was thinner, grayer, but her eyes still held that calculating sharpness I knew so well. "Sloane?" She struggled to sit up straighter. "Oh my God, you look different." I was wearing a tailored black dress and heels that cost more than I used to make in a month. My hair was shorter, professionally styled. I looked like someone who mattered now. "Hello, Mom." "I can't believe you came. After all this time, I thought—" She reached for my hand, but I stepped back. "Where's Charlotte?" Mom's face tightened. "She had to take the kids to Dallas's mother's house. She'll be back soon." "When?" "Well, I'm not sure exactly." "Mom." I sat down in the visitor's chair, crossing my legs. "How long has Charlotte been gone?" The silence stretched between us. Mom picked at her blanket, suddenly fascinated by a loose thread. 3 weeks, she whispered. 3 weeks. And where has she been for the past 3 weeks while you've been in the hospital? She has her own life, Sloane. Her own responsibilities. Right, of course she does. I pulled out my phone and opened my notes app. So, let me understand this. Charlotte needed $20,000 of my money because she was struggling so much. But she can afford to disappear for 3 weeks when you're sick. Don't be cruel. She's doing her best. Is she? Because I called Dallas on the drive here. Interesting conversation. Mom went very still. You called Dallas? He told me Charlotte moved out 6 months ago, took the kids, and moved in with some guy named Brad. Apparently, she's been telling everyone that Dallas abandoned them, but really, she left him for a man with a bigger bank account. That's not... He also said Charlotte cleaned out their joint savings account before she left. $12,000. So when she was crying about not being able to afford preschool for Marcus, she actually had plenty of money. She just wanted more. Mom's monitor started beeping faster. Sloane, you're upsetting me. Good. You should be upset. You should be furious that your precious daughter dumped you here and ran off to play house with her new boyfriend while you were having chest pains. She's coming back. When? Because I talked to the nurses, Mum. You've been here for 3 weeks, and Charlotte has visited exactly twice, both times to ask about your insurance coverage and whether you'd updated your will recently. The color drained from Mum's face. She wouldn't what? Use you for money and then disappear when you actually need help? Because that's literally what she's doing right now. A nurse knocked and entered. Mrs. Grant, the doctor wants to discuss your discharge plans. I'll handle it, I said, standing up. I'm her daughter. The nurse looked confused. Oh, I thought Charlotte isn't here. I am. After the nurse left, Mom grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. You can't just take over my life. I'm not taking over anything. I'm cleaning up the mess Charlotte left behind. I gently removed her hand. The doctor says you need supervised care for at least 6 weeks. Charlotte obviously isn't providing that. I can take care of myself. Can you? Because according to your medical records, you fell at home and lay on the kitchen floor for 8 hours before Mrs. Patterson found you. 8 hours, Mom. Where was Charlotte then? She was busy. She was busy with Brad. I know because Dallas showed me the Instagram photos. She was at some resort in Cabo while you were lying on your kitchen floor. Mom started crying then. Real tears, not the manipulative ones I remembered from childhood. I don't understand, she whispered. I gave her everything. I always put her first. I sacrificed. You sacrificed me, I said quietly. You sacrificed Dad. You sacrificed everyone for Charlotte, and look where it got you. So you're here to gloat? To watch me suffer? I studied her face, the woman who'd convinced me I was selfish for wanting children, who'd manipulated me into giving up my dreams for a daughter who couldn't even be bothered to visit her dying mother. No, Mom. I'm here because, unlike Charlotte, I actually understand what family responsibility means. You're going to take care of me? I'm going to make sure you're taken care of. There's a difference. I pulled out a brochure from my purse. Sunset Manor. It's a private care facility about 20 minutes from here. Nice rooms, good staff, excellent medical care. You want to put me in a home? I want to put you somewhere safe, where trained professionals can help you recover. Where you won't be dependent on a daughter who's already proven she'll abandon you when it's convenient. Mom stared at the brochure, her hands shaking. How long have you been planning this? I wasn't planning anything, Mom. I came here thinking I might find some way to forgive you. But then I talked to Dallas and the nurses, and I realized something. What? Charlotte isn't the victim in this family. She never was. She's exactly what you raised her to be, someone who takes everything and gives nothing back. And what does that make you? I stood up and smoothed down my dress. Someone who learned to survive you both. The door opened, and a woman in scrubs entered with a clipboard. "Mrs. Grant, I'm here to discuss your transfer to Sunset Manor. Your daughter has already handled the paperwork." Mom looked at me with something I'd never seen in her eyes before. Fear. "Don't worry, Mom," I said, picking up my purse. "It's a very nice place. Much nicer than Charlotte deserves to visit." The book hit shelves on a Tuesday. By Friday, it was trending on social media. She Who Kneels Does Not Break, A Daughter's Journey from Manipulation to Liberation by Sloane Grant. I'd used my real name, my real story, changed just enough details to avoid lawsuits, but anyone from my hometown would recognize the truth immediately. "The reviews are incredible," Emery said over the phone. "The Times wants an interview. So does Good Morning America." I was sitting in my hotel room, 3 blocks from Sunset Manor, scrolling through the comments on the book's Amazon page. "This is my mother. This is my life. Thank you for showing me I'm not crazy. I'm buying copies for every woman I know who's been gaslit by her family." Chapter 12 made me sob. The part about the fertility treatments, I felt that in my soul. Chapter 12. The one where I detailed the family intervention, the choice between my dreams and Charlotte's needs, the moment I realized my mother's love came with a price tag I could never afford to pay. My phone buzzed. Charlotte. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she screamed before I could even say hello. "Hello to you too, Charlotte. Don't you dare act casual with me. I just got off the phone with 3 different people who read your little book. You used our real names, Sloane, our real story. I used my real name. The story is mine. You made me look like a monster. I wrote about what happened. If you look like a monster, maybe examine why. You're destroying our family." I laughed. Actually laughed. "What family, Charlotte? You mean the one where you disappeared for 3 weeks while Mom was in the hospital? Or the one where you stole money from Dallas and then played victim when he divorced you?" "I never stole." "Bank records don't lie. Dallas showed me everything." The line went quiet except for Charlotte's heavy breathing. "You have no right to air our private business," she finally said. "Funny. You had no problem airing my private business when you needed money for your kids. That was different." "How?" "Because I was desperate. I needed help. And I needed support when I was going through fertility treatments. I needed a family that didn't make me choose between my dreams and their convenience. But you couldn't give me that, could you? We were trying to help you see reality." "Whose reality, Charlotte? Because my reality is that I'm now a best-selling author with a 6-figure book deal and a non-profit that's already helped over 100 women escape toxic families. What's your reality looking like these days?" Silence. "How's Brad, by the way? Still paying for your lifestyle while you play house with his credit cards?" "You don't know anything about my relationship. I know you moved in with him 2 weeks after meeting him. I know you told him Dallas was abusive to get sympathy. I know you're already looking for your next mark because Brad's getting tired of supporting someone else's kids. You're a bitch, Sloane. You always were." "Maybe, but I'm a bitch with a platform now, and a voice, and the ability to make sure other women don't get manipulated the way I was. Mom is devastated. She's been crying for days." "Has she?" Because when I visited her yesterday, she seemed more concerned about whether the book would affect her insurance coverage. "She's sick, Sloane. She could die. And this is how you treat her?" "This is how I treat someone who spent 40 years convincing me I was selfish for wanting anything for myself. Someone who stole letters from my father and manipulated me into giving up my chance at motherhood so her favorite daughter could have spending money. You don't know what you're talking about." "Don't I? Ask Mom about Tyree Washington sometime. Ask her about the baby she lost in 2013. Ask her why she really hated watching me try to get pregnant." The silence stretched so long, I thought Charlotte had hung up. "What are you talking about?" she whispered. "Ask her, Charlotte. Ask her why she was so eager to sabotage my fertility treatments. Ask her what she was really protecting when she made me choose between my dreams and your needs. You're lying. Am I? Because I have Dad's journals, all of them. Every detail of Mom's 4-year affair with Tyree. Every stolen letter he tried to send me. Every moment he documented her destroying our family while he was too scared to stop her. That's impossible. Dad never what? Never cared? Never paid attention? He documented everything, Charlotte. Every lie, every manipulation. Every time Mom convinced us he didn't love us, when really she was just making sure we never got too close to him. Charlotte was crying now. Why are you doing this? Because someone has to tell the truth. Because there are thousands of women out there who think they're crazy for feeling unloved by their mothers. Because silence protects the wrong people. The Today Show called me, she said quietly. They want to interview me about the book. Are you going to do it? I don't know. What would I even say? You could try telling the truth for once. About Mom. About the money. About why you really came back when she got sick. What do you mean? I mean the will, Charlotte. I know you've been asking about the will. I know you're hoping she dies soon so you can inherit everything and solve your money problems. That's not... The lawyers called me yesterday. Apparently, Dad changed his will before he died. Left everything to me. Mom never told you, did she? The phone went dead. I set it aside and opened my laptop. The Today Show interview was scheduled for Monday morning. It was time to tell the world exactly what kind of family I'd escaped from, and why I'd never look back. The Today Show interview aired on Monday morning. By Tuesday afternoon, my mother was sitting in my hotel lobby. She'd somehow convinced the staff at Sunset Manor to let her leave for a few hours. She was in a wheelchair, oxygen tank beside her, but her eyes burned with the same fury I remembered from childhood. We need to talk, she said, when I approached her in the lobby. Do we? Privately? I gestured toward the elevator. Room 412. Getting her upstairs was a production. The oxygen tank, the wheelchair, the concerned looks from other guests. But Mum was determined, and when Delilah Grant wanted something, she usually got it. You've destroyed everything, she said the moment I closed the hotel room door. Have I? The whole town is talking. Mrs. Patterson won't even look at me. The nurses at the facility whisper when they think I can't hear them. I sat down across from her, crossing my legs. What did you expect would happen when you spent 40 years treating people like chess pieces? You had an affair with Tyree Washington for 4 years. You got pregnant with his baby. You lost that baby, and then spent the next 6 years punishing me for wanting children because it reminded you of your own loss. Mum's face went white. How do you... Dad's journals. He documented everything. Every lie you told, every letter you stole from me, every time you manipulated Charlotte and me against each other. Your father was a weak man who... My father was a man trapped in a marriage with a narcissist who threatened to destroy his relationship with his daughters if he ever told the truth. Mum fumbled with her oxygen mask, taking several deep breaths before speaking again. You don't understand what it was like. Being married to someone who was never there, who cared more about work than his family. So you cheated. I was lonely. And then you got pregnant. It was an accident. I never meant for it to happen. But it did happen. And when you lost that baby, you decided that no one else deserved to be happy either. Mom started crying then, ugly sobs that shook her whole body. I loved that baby. I loved Tyree. He made me feel alive in a way your father never did. So why didn't you leave Dad and marry Tyree? Because he didn't want me. The words exploded out of her. When I told him I was pregnant, he panicked, said he wasn't ready to break up his marriage, that we needed to slow things down. And then when I lost the baby... She wiped her nose with a tissue. He said maybe it was for the best. Maybe it was a sign we should end things. So he dumped you. He moved away 3 months later, got a job in Seattle, never even said goodbye. I stared at my mother, this woman who had controlled every aspect of my childhood, who had convinced me I was selfish and demanding and too much trouble. She looked pathetic now, crying over a man who'd abandoned her a decade ago. So you punished me instead, I said quietly. I didn't punish you. You sabotaged my fertility treatments because watching me try to get pregnant reminded you of the baby you lost with your lover. That's not... You convinced me to give up my dreams so Charlotte could have more money because you needed to feel like you were still in control of something. I was trying to help Charlotte. You were trying to make yourself feel better about being abandoned by Tyree. You couldn't stand watching me fight for something you'd given up on. Mom's oxygen tank hissed in the silence. Outside, I could hear traffic. Normal people living normal lives, unaware that a family was imploding 4 floors above them. I'm sorry, she whispered. Are you? I never meant to hurt you. I was so angry all the time. At Tyree, at your father, at myself. And you were so determined, so hopeful about having a baby, and it just reminded me of everything I'd lost. So you made sure I lost it too. I thought I was protecting you from disappointment. No, Mom. You were protecting yourself from having to watch someone else get what you couldn't have. She looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. What do you want from me? You've already destroyed my reputation, turned the whole town against me. What more can you take? I don't want to take anything from you. I want you to understand what you did to me, what you did to Dad, what you did to this entire family. I understand. Do you? Because Charlotte called me this morning. She's doing the interview with CNN tomorrow. She's going to tell them about the money, about abandoning you at the hospital, about everything. Mum's face crumpled. She wouldn't. She would. Because she finally realized that you never actually loved her either. You just used her to hurt me. That's not true, isn't it? When was the last time you talked to Charlotte about anything other than money or what she could do for you? Mom opened her mouth, then closed it again. She's broke, Mom. Brad kicked her out last week. She's living in a motel with 2 kids and no job skills because you convinced her she didn't need to be independent. That you'd always take care of her. I will take care of her. With what? You're dying, Mom, and when you're gone, Charlotte's going to realize that all those years of being your favorite daughter didn't actually prepare her for real life. Mom reached for my hand. Please, Sloane, I'm begging you. Call off the interviews. Retract the book. I'll do anything. I looked down at her hand on mine. The same hand that had stolen my father's letters, that had manipulated me into giving up my dreams, that had destroyed my family piece by piece. This was never about forgiveness, Mom, I said, gently pulling away. It was about truth. I stood up and walked toward the door. Where are you going? Back to my real life, the one I built after I stopped letting you destroy it. Sloane, please. Goodbye, Mom. I closed the door behind me and walked toward the elevator, leaving her alone with her oxygen tank and the consequences of 40 years of choices. For the first time in my life, I felt completely free. Charlotte's CNN interview aired on Thursday. I watched it from my lawyer's office in Portland. My sister has painted this picture of our family that just isn't true, Charlotte said, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Yes, we had problems. Every family does. But she's made us sound like monsters. The interviewer, a sharp-eyed woman named Rebecca, leaned forward. But you did ask your sister to give up her fertility treatments to help pay for your children's expenses, correct? It wasn't like that. We were concerned about her. She was spending all this money on something that wasn't working, and she was getting more depressed with each failure. We thought maybe if she focused on being an aunt instead. And where were you when your mother was hospitalized 3 weeks ago? Charlotte's composure cracked slightly. I was dealing with my own crisis. My marriage was falling apart. I had 2 small children. You were in Cabo with your new boyfriend, according to social media posts. I needed a break. I was having a breakdown. While your mother was alone in the hospital. Sloane makes it sound like I abandoned her, but I visited. I called. Twice in 3 weeks, according to hospital records. My lawyer, Patricia, muted the TV. She's not doing herself any favors. No, she's not. Patricia opened a thick file on her desk. We need to discuss your father's estate. Your mother has been contesting the will. On what grounds? She claims your father wasn't mentally competent when he changed it. Says he was depressed and not thinking clearly. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to a photo I'd taken of one of Dad's journal entries. He documented his decision to change the will, explained his reasoning in detail. He was protecting his assets from Mum's manipulation. The estate is worth more than your mother led you to believe. The house, the life insurance, his retirement accounts, it's close to $800,000. I stared at the number. I had no idea. Your mother knew. She's been managing the finances since your father's death, paying herself a monthly caretaker fee from the estate accounts. She's been stealing from Dad's estate. Legally, it's complicated. But morally? Yes. Patricia slid another document across the desk. There's something else. Your mother took out a loan against the house 6 months ago. $50,000. For what? According to the bank records, she gave the money to Charlotte. The pieces clicked into place. Charlotte knew about the inheritance. She knew she wouldn't get anything when Mom died, so she convinced Mom to give her money while she was still alive. It appears so. And now that your book has exposed the family dynamics, your mother is desperate to contest the will so she can leave everything to Charlotte instead. I unmuted the TV. Charlotte was still talking, tears streaming down her face. Sloane has always been jealous of me. She couldn't have children, so she resented that I could. She couldn't maintain a relationship with our mother, so she's trying to destroy mine. But you haven't visited your mother in weeks, Rebecca pointed out. I'm planning to. I've been trying to get my life together so I can take care of her properly. By moving in with a man you'd known for 2 weeks. Charlotte's face flushed. My personal relationships have nothing to do with... Your sister claims you've been asking about your mother's will. Is that true? I was concerned about her future care, about making sure she had enough money for medical expenses. But according to financial records, you received $50,000 from your mother just 6 months ago. What was that money for? Charlotte's mouth opened and closed like a fish. That was a loan. For my children. A loan you haven't made any payments on. I'm planning to pay it back. With what income? You haven't held a job in over 3 years. I turned to Patricia. I want to establish a trust. For your mother's care? For her care, yes. But I want to control how the money is spent. No more cash payments to Charlotte. No more loans that never get repaid. Patricia nodded. I can draft something that ensures your mother receives proper medical care while preventing her from giving away your inheritance. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Dallas. I saw Charlotte's interview. There are things you should know about the money she got from your mom. Can we talk? I showed the message to Patricia. Charlotte's ex-husband wants to talk. About what? Probably about where that $50,000 really went. Patricia's assistant knocked on the door. Ms. Grant? There's a call for you. Someone from the Grant Foundation? I'd almost forgotten. The non-profit I'd established with my book proceeds was already operational, helping women escape toxic family situations. Put them through. Sloane? This is Maria from the foundation. We've had over 300 applications for assistance since your CNN appearance last week. Women who saw your story and realized they needed help leaving their own toxic families. 300? And the donations are pouring in. Other women who escaped similar situations want to help. We're going to need to hire more staff. I looked at Patricia, who was smiling. Sounds like your real legacy is just getting started. There's something else, Maria continued. A reporter from 60 Minutes called. They want to do a segment on toxic family dynamics and the women who escape them. They want to interview you and some of the women we've helped. Schedule it, I said without hesitation. After I hung up, Patricia leaned back in her chair. Your mother is going to hate this. My mother is going to have to learn to live with the consequences of her choices. And Charlotte? I thought about my sister, crying on national television, still playing the victim, even as her lies unraveled in real time. Charlotte is about to discover that being the favorite daughter doesn't mean much when you've never learned how to take care of yourself. Patricia gathered up the papers. I'll have the trust documents ready by tomorrow. Your mother's care will be guaranteed, but she won't be able to give away another penny to Charlotte. Perfect. And if she continues contesting the will? Then she'll discover that I have 40 years' worth of documentation about her behavior. Dad's journals are just the beginning. I stood up and shook Patricia's hand. Thank you for everything. Where are you headed now? Back to Portland. I have a foundation to run and a book tour to finish. What about your family? I paused at the door. I don't have a family anymore, Patricia. I have a mother who needs medical care and a sister who needs to learn how to be an adult. But I'm done being their daughter. And you're okay with that? I smiled, thinking about the 300 women who'd reached out for help, about the foundation that was changing lives, about the platform I'd built from the ashes of my old life. I'm better than okay. I'm free. The Women's Advocacy Gala was held at the Portland Art Museum on a crisp October evening. I stood backstage, adjusting my emerald green dress, listening to the crowd of 500 women who'd gathered to celebrate survivors and advocates. You ready for this? Sylvia asked, appearing beside me with a glass of water. As ready as I'll ever be. Through the curtain, I could see the audience. Women of all ages, many holding copies of my book. Some had traveled from across the country to be here. The Grant Foundation had helped over 1,000 women in the past 8 months, and tonight we were announcing our expansion to include legal aid services. Ladies and gentlemen, the MC announced, please welcome our keynote speaker, best-selling author and founder of the Grant Foundation, Sloane Grant. The applause was thunderous. I walked onto the stage, no longer the trembling woman who'd fled her family's manipulation. The lights were bright, but I could see faces in the crowd. Women who'd found their voices, who'd escaped their own toxic families, who'd learned to choose themselves. Thank you, I said into the microphone. When I started writing about my experience, I thought I was just telling one woman's story. I had no idea how many of us there were. A woman in the front row nodded, tears already streaming down her face. I want to read you something, I continued, pulling out my phone. This is from an email I received yesterday. I cleared my throat and began reading. Dear Sloane, I'm writing this from my new apartment. It's small, and I'm eating ramen for dinner. But it's mine. 6 months ago, I was living with my mother, who convinced me I was too stupid to live on my own, too ugly to find love, too weak to succeed at anything. Your book showed me that her voice in my head wasn't the truth. It was her fear. I got a job, saved money, and moved out last week. I'm 28 years old, and I'm finally free. Thank you for showing me it was possible. Sarah. The applause erupted again. I waited for it to die down before continuing. Sarah is one of over 3,000 women who've reached out since my book was published. 3,000 women who thought they were alone, who thought they were crazy, who thought they deserved the treatment they were receiving from the people who were supposed to love them. My phone buzzed on the podium. A text message. I glanced down and saw Charlotte's name. Mom died this morning. Funeral is Thursday. I stared at the message for a moment, then turned off my phone and looked back at the audience. The hardest part about escaping a toxic family isn't the leaving, I said. It's learning to trust yourself again. Learning that your feelings are valid, that your dreams matter, that you deserve love without conditions. Another buzz. I ignored it. Some of you are still in contact with your families. Some of you, like me, have chosen to walk away completely. Both choices are valid. Both choices are brave. The only wrong choice is staying silent about what happened to you. After my speech, I was surrounded by women wanting to share their stories, to thank me, to ask for advice. It was overwhelming and beautiful, and exactly what I'd hoped for when I first started writing. Emery found me near the silent auction tables. Incredible speech! How are you feeling? Proud, I said, and meant it. I saw you got a text during the speech. Everything okay? I pulled out my phone. 3 more messages from Charlotte. Please come to the funeral. I know we haven't talked, but she was still our mother. I'm sorry about everything. I understand now. My mother died, I said simply. Emery's face softened. Oh, Sloane. I'm so sorry. Do you want to leave? No, this is where I belong tonight. A young woman approached us, clutching a worn copy of my book. Ms. Grant, I just wanted to thank you. I left my family after reading your book. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but also the best. What's your name? Jessica. What are you doing now, Jessica? I'm in nursing school. I always wanted to be a nurse, but my parents said it was too hard, that I wasn't smart enough. I start my clinical rotations next month. That's incredible. You should be proud of yourself. I am. For the first time in my life, I actually am. After Jessica walked away, I turned to Emery. This is my legacy. Not the book, not the money, not even the foundation. It's women like Jessica who are choosing themselves for the first time. Are you going to the funeral? I looked around the room at the women still mingling, still sharing stories, still finding strength in each other's survival. No, I said. I buried my mother a long time ago. The woman who died today was just someone who shared my DNA. My phone rang. Charlotte. I declined the call and put my phone away. Come on, I said to Emery. Let's go celebrate with the women who actually matter. We walked back into the crowd, and I was immediately pulled into another conversation with another survivor, another woman who'd found her voice, another daughter who'd learned that family is something you choose, not something you're trapped by. The gala continued around us, full of laughter and tears and the sound of women who'd learned to take up space in the world. Women who'd stopped apologizing for wanting more than they'd been given. I didn't birth a child, but I'd birthed something else. A movement, a foundation, a community of women who refused to be silenced by the people who'd tried to break them. And the world was a little warmer because of it. Outside, it started to rain, but inside the museum, surrounded by women who'd learned to choose themselves, I felt nothing but sunshine. This was what freedom looked like. This was what winning felt like. This was what happened when you stopped kneeling and started standing tall.
The smell of lemon polish and old paper still clung to the air in Grandma's house, a ghost of her presence. It had only been a few weeks since I'd closed her eyes for the last time, since I'd held her frail hand while she whispered, "Natalie, my sweet girl, keep the house in the family. Promise me." I was 32 then, and she was everything to me. My name is Natalie Kelly, and I was her primary caregiver for the last 2 years, living in her spare room, managing her meds, making sure she was comfortable. It was just us. My brother Samson, 35, and my mother, Cynthia, 58, made their obligatory visits, but they were always brief, always about appearances. Before we move on, tell me where you're watching from. I love mapping my viewers. After the funeral, I'd started the slow, painful process of going through Grandma's things. I'd moved back to my small apartment across town, the one I'd kept even while living with her, but I spent every day at the house, sorting, packing, remembering. The house was supposed to be mine, or at least ours, something to hold on to, a legacy. One Tuesday morning I was procrastinating, scrolling through Zillow, looking at houses I couldn't afford, when a familiar photo popped up. A 2-story colonial with a wraparound porch, a big oak tree in the front yard. My stomach dropped. It was Grandma's house. Underneath the photo, in bold, unforgiving numbers, was the sale price, $480,000, and it was marked sold. My breath hitched. Sold? How? When? I hadn't signed anything. Grandma's will was clear. The house was to be divided equally between Samson and me. But it wasn't in probate. It was just gone. My fingers trembled as I dialed Samson's number. He picked up on the 3rd ring, his voice smooth, too smooth. "Hey, Nat, what's up?" "What's up?" "The house, Samson." "Grandma's house. It's sold, on Zillow. What the hell is going on?" My voice was tight, barely a whisper of a scream. A beat of silence. Then a sigh. "Look, Nat, it's complicated. Mum and I handled it. It was for the best. The market was hot, and, well, it just made sense." "Made sense? To whom? To you? You sold Grandma's house without telling me? Without even a conversation?" I could feel the heat rising in my face. "She wanted it kept in the family, Samson." "She made me promise." "Yeah, well, promises are easy to make when you're, look, I gotta go. Big meeting. We'll talk later." He hung up before I could say another word. My hand was shaking so hard I almost dropped the phone. I knew what this meant. He'd done it. He'd cut me out. But why? My mother. It had to be. I called Cynthia next. She answered immediately, her voice sharp. "What do you want, Natalie? I'm busy." "The house, Mum. Why did you and Samson sell Grandma's house?" "Without me?" The words tasted like ash. Another sigh, heavier this time, laced with impatience. "Honestly, Natalie, it was a practical decision. Samson has a family to support, a wife, a child, responsibilities. He needs the money." My jaw clenched. "And I don't? I spent 2 years caring for her, Mum, 2 years of my life, and she specifically said she wanted it kept in the family." "He has a family to raise, Natalie." "You don't." Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion, a pronouncement rather than an explanation. "You're single. You don't have children. What would you do with half a house? It was better this way. Don't make a fuss." The line went dead. I stood there, the phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the dial tone. "You don't." That was it. My worth, my existence, dismissed in 4 words. All the quiet sacrifices, the endless nights, the whispered promises, they meant nothing. My grief for Grandma twisted into a hot, sickening rage. They hadn't just sold the house, they'd sold me out. They'd erased Grandma's last wish, and they'd done it with a cold, calculated cruelty that felt like a punch to the gut. I walked through the silent house, my rage a physical weight in my chest. Every piece of furniture, every photograph felt like a mockery. I stopped in front of Grandma's old mahogany bureau in her bedroom. It was one of the last things left to sort. I ran my hand over the smooth, dark wood, the memories flooding back. I pulled open the top drawer, then the next. Empty. But as I pulled the third, my fingers brushed against something solid at the back. A hidden catch. I pushed, and a small, shallow drawer popped out from the side. Inside, nestled amongst yellowed lace doilies, was a stack of journals, their covers worn smooth, and a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon. On top of the stack, in Grandma's elegant, looping script, was a single stark label, "If they ever betray you." My hands were still shaking, but a new kind of energy coursed through me. Not just grief or rage, but a cold, sharp focus. I pulled the journals and letters from the hidden drawer, the faded ribbon untying easily. Grandma's handwriting, familiar and comforting, now held a promise of something else entirely. If they ever betray you. Oh, they had, and she knew. I sat down on the floor, leaning against the old bureau, the scent of lemon polish still faint in the air. The first journal was dated nearly 30 years ago. I flipped through the pages, a timeline of my family's unspoken truths. Grandma had always been observant, quiet, but she missed nothing. The first entry that truly grabbed me was from when I was a teenager, struggling with college applications. Grandma wrote about how Cynthia had come to her, pleading for money, claiming it was for Natalie's future, her education. Grandma had given her a substantial sum, more than I ever knew. But then a later entry detailed how Cynthia had used a significant portion of it to bail Samson out of some legal trouble, a youthful indiscretion involving a stolen car and a joyride that ended with property damage. Cynthia had sworn it was for my education, a lie to Grandma, a lie that had likely shortchanged my opportunities. I felt a fresh wave of nausea, my mother always prioritising Samson, even at my expense, even with Grandma's money. It wasn't just about the house. It was a pattern. I kept reading, page after page, the ink sometimes faded, sometimes pressed hard into the paper, as if Grandma's emotions had guided her pen. There were entries about Samson's reckless youth, how he'd always been good at talking his way out of trouble, how Cynthia had always covered for him. It painted a picture of a spoiled, entitled boy who became a spoiled, entitled man. Then I found it. An entry from about 14 years ago. Grandma wrote about a young woman, Avery, who had worked part-time at the local diner. Avery had been pregnant, and the father, according to Grandma's meticulous notes, was Samson. He'd been barely 21. Grandma wrote about the hushed conversations, the money Samson had begged for to make it go away, to handle it quietly. Cynthia had been involved too, helping to arrange things, ensuring it never became public. Grandma had been heartbroken, detailing how she'd tried to convince Samson to acknowledge his child, to do the right thing. He'd refused, terrified of his father finding out, terrified of his reputation. Grandma had continued to quietly support Avery and the baby, sending money, visiting them in secret. She wrote about a little girl named Peyton. My breath hitched. Peyton, Samson had a daughter he'd hidden, a daughter my mother had helped him hide. The perfect family man, the one Cynthia said had a family to support, had a secret child he'd disowned. The hypocrisy was a physical blow. I closed the journal, my mind racing. Legal action? I could probably fight the house sale, maybe even get a share of the money. But that would be a long, drawn-out battle, messy and public in a way that wouldn't truly hurt them. It wouldn't expose them for who they were. It wouldn't make them feel the kind of shame and betrayal I was feeling. No, Grandma's journals weren't about money. They were about truth. They were about the pieces of their lives they'd carefully hidden, the lies they built their perfect facades upon. And the best revenge, I realised, wasn't financial. It was psychological. It was dismantling their carefully constructed world, piece by painful piece. It was making them face the truth, not in a courtroom, but in front of everyone they cared about. I picked up the last journal, a smaller leather-bound one, almost like a diary. Tucked inside its pages, a faded photograph. A little girl, maybe 2 years old, with Samson's eyes, a shy smile, and a gap between her front teeth. On the back, in Grandma's familiar hand, was written, Peyton, Age 2, never forget. I held the photo, my thumb tracing the child's face. This wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about Grandma's truth, and Peyton's. The photograph of Peyton, age 2, became my anchor. It wasn't just about my pain anymore. It was about a child, a truth that had been buried. The rage that had simmered since the phone calls with Samson and Cynthia now had a direction, a purpose beyond just my own vindication. I spent the next few days in a quiet, methodical fury. I still went to Grandma's house, but now my focus wasn't just on sorting, it was on finding more. I reread the journals, cross-referencing dates, looking for any other names, any other details. Grandma had been meticulous. One afternoon, while scrolling through my social media feed, something caught my eye. A mutual connection, an old high school acquaintance, had liked a post from Samson. It was a photo of him, beaming, arm around a woman I didn't recognise. She was beautiful, polished, with a bright smile and an expensive-looking ring on her left hand. The caption read, "She said yes. So excited for our future, Zara Graham." Samson was engaged. My first thought was a bitter laugh. Of course he was. He was always moving on to the next big thing, the next shiny prize. My second thought was a cold, calculating one. This was it. This was the vulnerable point. A wedding, a public declaration of a perfect life, built on a foundation of lies. I immediately started digging into Zara Graham. It wasn't hard. A quick search revealed her LinkedIn profile, marketing executive, prestigious university, impressive career trajectory. Her family, the Grahams, were well known in certain circles. Old money, conservative, very image-conscious. Her mother, Yvonne Graham, was a prominent figure in local charity events, always in the society pages. Perfect, absolutely perfect. This wasn't about destroying Samson's life just for the sake of it. It was about exposing the truth to the people who valued appearances and honesty above all else. Zara's family would not tolerate a lie, especially one as fundamental as a hidden child. I went back to Grandma's journals, specifically the entries about Peyton and Avery. I found the one where Grandma detailed Samson's plea for money to make it go away, to cover up an early mistake. It was dated roughly 14 years ago, aligning perfectly with Peyton's age. The entry was concise, damning, and written in Grandma's clear, elegant hand. It was perfect. I carefully photocopied that single journal entry. I didn't want to send the original. I needed to keep those safe. I found a high-quality cream-coloured envelope, the kind you'd use for a formal invitation. I wrote Zara's parents' address on it, neatly, by hand. No return address, just a P.O. box I'd rented a few days prior, just in case. I wanted it to look official, important, something they wouldn't just toss aside. I slipped the photocopy inside, folded once. No note, no explanation. The truth, unadorned, would speak for itself. I drove to a post office in a different town, just to be extra cautious, and dropped it in the mail slot. The small thud it made as it fell felt like the first tremor of an earthquake. Then I waited. The days crawled by. I kept checking Zara's social media, Samson's. Nothing obvious, but I knew, I could feel the ripple. The Grahams were not the type to air their dirty laundry publicly. They would investigate quietly, internally. About a week later, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something compelled me. "Hello?" I said, my voice steady. "Is this Natalie Kelly?" The voice on the other end was sharp, refined, and distinctly annoyed. "This is Yvonne Graham, Zara's mother. I received something in the mail today with your P.O. box as the return address. A photocopy of a journal entry. It mentions my future son-in-law, Samson, and it talks about him asking for money to cover up an early mistake. What mistake? And why are you sending these to us?" A slow, triumphant smile spread across my face. The first blow landed. The storm had begun. Yvonne Graham's voice was a tightly coiled spring, demanding answers. I took a slow breath, letting the satisfaction wash over me before replying. Mrs. Graham, I'm Natalie Kelly. Samson is my brother. My grandmother, his grandmother, passed away recently. Those journals are hers. They contain her personal reflections, her truths. Truths? Yvonne's voice sharpened. What truth? What early mistake is this referring to? We need to understand what you're implying, Natalie. I'm not implying anything, Mrs. Graham, I said, my voice calm, almost detached. I'm simply sharing information that came to light after my grandmother's death, information that I believe Zara and your family deserve to know before making such a significant commitment. My grandmother was a woman of integrity. She documented everything. Are you suggesting Samson has a child? Yvonne's voice was barely a whisper now, laced with disbelief and horror. I'm suggesting you are Samson, I replied, keeping my tone even. He has all the answers. My grandmother's journals simply confirm what she observed and what she helped facilitate, out of love for her grandson, misguided as it was. There was a long silence on the other end, punctuated by a sharp intake of breath. Thank you, Natalie. I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. The gratitude in her voice was grudging, but it was there. She hung up without another word. I hung up too, feeling a surge of adrenaline. The ball was in their court now. I pictured Yvonne, a woman who valued appearances above all else, confronting Samson. The thought brought a grim smile to my face. Over the next few days, I became a phantom presence in their online lives. Through careful social media stalking, using a burner account, I pieced together the timeline. Zara's posts were less frequent, her usual effervescent captions replaced by more subdued ones. Samson's posts, usually filled with bravado, had stopped entirely. The silence was deafening. Then Zara posted about their engagement party, a lavish affair set for 2 weeks from now at a luxurious wine estate. The date was circled in my mind. I scrolled through the tagged photos, and there she was, Cynthia, my mother, smiling broadly, arm in arm with Zara's mother, Yvonne. The picture of two families merging, a perfect facade. My mother, who had dismissed my grief and my worth, was playing the proud matriarch, oblivious to the cracks I was creating. This wasn't enough. The journal entry was a seed of doubt, but I needed to water it to make it bloom into undeniable truth. I needed to bring Peyton into the light. I went back to Grandma's house, specifically to her photo albums. Grandma had kept everything. I found several photos of Peyton taken over the years. Peyton as a toddler, as a young girl, always with Grandma, always smiling. Some even had Samson in the background, blurry but undeniably him. I selected a few clear ones of Peyton, especially one where she looked strikingly like Samson, and another with Grandma, where Grandma's affection for the child was palpable. I created an anonymous email account. No traceable information. I attached the photos, and for the subject line I wrote, "A question for Samson." In the body, a single sentence, "Ask Samson about her." I sent it to Zara's personal email, which I'd found through a bit more digging, and then I sent it to Yvonne Graham's email too, just to be sure. The next day my phone buzzed with an unfamiliar number. I answered cautiously. "Hello? Is this Natalie Kelly?" The voice was hesitant, younger than Yvonne's, but with a similar underlying tension. "My name is Avery Vasquez. Zara Graham contacted me. She sent me some photos, and she asked about my daughter, Peyton. Your brother wasn't supposed to open that door again." My blood ran cold, but not from fear, from a chilling satisfaction. Avery, Peyton's mother, the woman Grandma had secretly supported, the woman Samson had tried to erase. The storm wasn't just beginning, it was gathering force. Avery's voice, though hesitant, carried a distinct undercurrent of weary resignation. Zara called me. She asked about Peyton. She sent me pictures of Peyton with your grandmother. How did she get those? My grandmother kept journals, Avery, I explained, my voice low. She documented everything. She cared about Peyton even when Samson didn't. After Grandma passed, I found them. And the photos? So you sent them, Avery stated, not a question, but a flat acknowledgement. Why? Because Samson and my mother sold Grandma's house out from under me, the house she wanted to keep in the family, I said, the bitterness sharp. And because they dismissed my worth, just like Samson dismissed Peyton. They built their perfect lives on lies and secrets, and Grandma's journals exposed them. I'm just sharing the truth. Avery was silent for a moment. I always knew this day might come, she finally said, her voice softer. Samson was so desperate to keep Peyton a secret. He paid me off, you know. Not a lot, but enough to keep us quiet, to make sure I didn't come looking for child support, to make sure his parents never found out. Cynthia helped him, said it was for his future. I know, I confirmed, thinking of Grandma's journal entries. Grandma wrote about it. She tried to make him do the right thing. She was good to Peyton, Avery admitted, a hint of warmth in her voice. She'd visit sometimes, secretly, bring her little gifts. She was the only one in his family who ever acknowledged Peyton. She loved her, I said, a pang of grief for Grandma. She truly did. So what happens now? Avery asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Zara knows. She's furious. She called Samson screaming. He called me too, begging me to deny everything. He's scared. Good, I said, the word a hard, satisfying stone in my mouth. Let him be scared. Let him feel what it's like to have his life unravel. Avery sighed. I don't want Peyton to get hurt in all this. She's 14 now. She knows Samson is her father, but he's never been a part of her life. She knows he chose to hide her. It's always been a raw spot for her. I understand, I said, my resolve hardening. This isn't about hurting Peyton. It's about exposing Samson. He made his choices. Now he has to live with the consequences. We talked for a bit longer, Avery sharing details about Peyton, about her life. I felt a strange connection to her, a shared understanding of Samson's callousness. She ended the call by saying, I have a voice memo from him, from when Peyton was a toddler. He was begging me to name her something else, anything but Peyton, so Zara would never find out. It's pretty damning. Send it to me, I said without hesitation. Please. The next day, Cynthia showed up at my apartment. No call, no warning. She looked pale, her usual sharp composure slightly frayed. She didn't apologize for the house, didn't offer comfort for Grandma's death. She just stood there, her eyes narrowed. What are you doing, Natalie? She demanded, her voice low and dangerous. Zara's mother called me. Samson is beside himself. What have you sent them? I leaned against my doorframe, arms crossed, meeting her gaze. I sent them the truth, Mum. Grandma's truth. The truth you and Samson worked so hard to bury. You're destroying your brother's future, she hissed, stepping closer. He has a good thing going with Zara, a good family. You'll regret this. Regret it? I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping me. You think I regret telling the truth. You think I regret exposing the man who stole from me, who dismissed Grandma's last wish, who abandoned his own child. You think I regret bringing light to the secrets you helped him keep? I locked eyes with her, my voice dropping to a calm, deadly level. So he gets a future, but Grandma didn't get respect. I don't think so. Cynthia's face contorted, a mixture of fury and fear. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She just stared at me, then turned abruptly and walked away, leaving the silence of my apartment feeling heavier than before. Later that evening, Avery sent the voice memo. Samson's voice, younger, desperate, pleading, Please, Avery, name her something else, anything but Peyton, so Zara never finds out. Please. It was raw, undeniable proof of his deceit. The calm before the collapse was almost over. The voice memo was the final piece. Samson's desperation, his willingness to erase his own child's identity for the sake of his carefully constructed image, solidified my resolve. The engagement party was just 2 days away. I knew I had to be there. Not just to watch, but to act. I didn't have an invitation, of course. My mother wouldn't have dared send one, and Samson certainly wouldn't. But I knew the venue, the luxurious wine estate Zara had posted about. I also knew that for a party of this scale, security would be more about appearances than actual vigilance. A confident stride, a practiced smile, and the right outfit could get you almost anywhere. I went shopping, not for a disguise, but for a statement. I chose a dress in a deep, vibrant crimson, a colour I rarely wore. It was sleek, elegant, and unapologetically bold. I paired it with simple black heels and minimal jewellery. I wanted to be noticed, but not in a way that screamed troublemaker until it was too late. I wanted to be a vision, then a nightmare. The day of the party, I arrived just as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the sprawling vineyards. Valets were busy parking luxury cars. Guests, dressed in their finest, milled around the grand entrance, sipping champagne. I took a deep breath, the cool evening air filling my lungs. My heart hammered, a drumbeat of anticipation and dread. This was it. I walked with purpose, my head held high, towards the entrance. A young man in a uniform stood by a guest list. I didn't even glance at him. I simply nodded, as if I belonged, and swept past him into the opulent ballroom. He barely registered my presence. Inside, the room buzzed with laughter and clinking glasses. Chandeliers sparkled overhead. Tables laden with appetizers and floral arrangements dotted the space. I spotted Samson almost immediately, holding court near the bar, Zara by his side, looking radiant in a white gown. Cynthia was nearby, chatting animatedly with Yvonne Graham. They looked like the perfect happy family. It made my stomach churn. I grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, taking a slow sip. The bubbles tickled my tongue, a strange contrast to the cold steel in my gut. I moved through the crowd, a silent observer, letting the atmosphere wash over me. No one recognized me, or if they did, they didn't acknowledge me. I was just another face in the crowd, a woman in a red dress, ignored as always, but not for long. I watched Samson, his smooth smile, his confident gestures. I watched Zara, her bright eyes, her trusting demeanour. I watched Cynthia, her proud, self-satisfied expression. They had no idea. The party continued, the music a soft murmur, the conversations a pleasant hum. Then Yvonne Graham, Zara's mother, stepped onto a small raised platform, tapping a microphone. The room quieted. "Good evening, everyone." Yvonne's voice, amplified, filled the room. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate this wonderful occasion. My daughter Zara and her fiancé Samson are truly a beautiful couple. We are so thrilled to welcome Samson into our family. He is a man of integrity, a devoted partner, and a wonderful future son-in-law. To Zara and Samson, to a lifetime of happiness and honesty." She raised her glass. Samson and Zara beamed, raising theirs in return. The guests followed suit. This was my moment. I stepped forward, moving with a calm deliberation that belied the storm raging inside me. I raised my own glass, the crimson of my dress a stark contrast to the muted tones of the other guests. My voice, clear and strong, cut through the fading applause. "To knowing the whole man you're marrying," I said, my gaze fixed on Zara, then shifting to Samson, and the daughter he paid to disappear. The silence that followed was absolute, deafening. It wasn't just the music that stopped, it felt like the very air had ceased to move. Zara froze, her smile dissolving into a mask of horror. Yvonne, her glass still raised, gasped, her eyes wide with shock. Samson's face went ashen, his jaw dropping. Cynthia, across the room, looked like she'd been struck. A few guests near me turned, their whispers starting, then dying. Someone dropped a glass, the shattering sound echoing in the sudden void. Several guests, sensing the irreparable damage, began to discreetly gather their things, heading for the exits. Yvonne, her face a mask of fury and humiliation, lowered her glass. She grabbed Zara's wrist, her grip tight. Without a word, she spun on her heel and began to march out of the ballroom, pulling Zara, stunned and pale, behind her. Zara didn't resist, her eyes still fixed on Samson, a silent accusation. I watched them go, then turned my gaze back to Samson. He stood there, utterly exposed, his perfect facade shattered. His eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of disbelief, betrayal, and pure, unadulterated hatred. I offered him a small, cold smile. Then I turned and walked out of the ballroom, leaving the chaos I had wrought behind me. I walked out into the cool night air, alone. The night air was cool against my skin as I walked away from the wine estate, leaving the shattered remnants of Samson's perfect life behind me. I didn't look back. The crimson dress felt heavy, a cloak of triumph and exhaustion. I called a rideshare, and the silence of the car on the way back to my apartment was a welcome balm. The next few days were a blur of phone calls and texts. Not for me directly, but the fallout was palpable. The wedding was called off, of course. Zara blocked Samson on every platform, and word spread like wildfire through their social circles. The story of Samson's hidden child, Peyton, and his attempt to erase her existence became the scandal of the season. The photos I'd sent anonymously, the ones of Peyton with Grandma, were circulated, undeniable proof. The Grahams, staunchly traditional and image-conscious, were mortified. Yvonne Graham had made it clear to anyone who would listen that her daughter would not be marrying a man who built his life on such deceit. My phone, usually quiet, started ringing with calls from unknown numbers. I ignored most of them, but a few were from old acquaintances, fishing for details, their voices dripping with feigned concern and thinly veiled curiosity. I gave them nothing. My revenge wasn't for public consumption, not beyond the immediate circle of Samson's humiliation. Cynthia, however, was not so restrained. Her calls started almost immediately after the party, a torrent of enraged voicemails. She screamed, she cried, she accused me of destroying her son, of ruining the family name, of being a bitter, childless spinster. Her words, once capable of cutting me to the bone, now just bounced off a hardened shell. I listened to them, sometimes with a grim satisfaction, sometimes with a hollow ache. She was unravelling, and it was a messy, ugly sight. Then, one afternoon, about a week after the party, there was a tentative knock on my apartment door. I peered through the peephole. It was Cynthia. She looked utterly wrecked. Her hair was dishevelled, her clothes rumpled, and her face was pale and blotchy, her eyes red-rimmed. She held a crumpled piece of paper in her hand. I opened the door slowly, not wide enough for her to enter, but enough to see her clearly. "What do you want, Mum?" My voice was flat, devoid of emotion. She stared at me, her usual sharp tongue seemingly paralysed. "Natalie," she choked out, her voice raspy. I found this, in Grandma's things, in that bureau you were sorting." She held out the crumpled paper. It was an envelope, addressed to her, in Grandma's elegant script. I took it. It was a letter folded neatly inside. I recognised the paper, the specific shade of cream. It was one of the letters from the hidden drawer, the ones Grandma had labelled, "If they ever betray you." I hadn't read all of them. I unfolded it. The date at the top was clear. October 12th, a year before Grandma's death. My eyes scanned the opening lines. "Cynthia, if you're holding this, you've already proven unworthy. You hurt my Natalie again. Be ashamed." My breath hitched. Grandma had known. She hadn't just suspected. She had known Cynthia's true nature, her favouritism, her willingness to sacrifice me for Samson. She had written this letter, knowing that one day Cynthia would betray me, and this letter would be the proof. Cynthia was shaking, tears finally streaming down her face. She knew, she whispered, her voice barely audible. She knew I'd choose Samson. She knew I'd hurt you. I looked at the letter, then at my mother, her face a mask of raw, desperate shame. The woman who had always been so composed, so dismissive, was finally broken. It wasn't a triumphant feeling, not entirely, just a quiet, profound sense of vindication. I didn't slam the door, I didn't yell, I just looked at her, my gaze steady, and said calmly, "Read the date." A month later, the dust had settled, or at least it had stopped swirling quite so violently. The initial shockwaves from the engagement party had subsided, replaced by the quiet, lingering hum of consequences. Samson's life, once so meticulously curated, was a mess. Zara had not only called off the wedding, but she'd also cut all contact, her family backing her completely. The scandal had followed him, impacting his tech sales job. I heard whispers through the grapevine, through distant relatives who couldn't resist gossiping, that his numbers were down, his clients wary. More significantly, Avery, emboldened by the truth finally coming out, had initiated formal proceedings to establish Samson's paternity and pursue child support. The custody battle over Peyton, which had never truly been a battle because Samson had simply abandoned her, was now officially reopened. He was fighting it, of course, but his perfect family man image was irrevocably shattered. Cynthia was isolated. My phone was blessedly silent from her end. I heard from a cousin that she'd barely left the house since the letter. The shame of Grandma's words, written a year before her death, had truly broken her. Grandma had known her, had seen her, and had judged her. Cynthia had always valued appearances, and now her carefully constructed world was in tatters. She had chosen Samson, and in doing so, she had lost everything else. As for me, I was quieter. The white-hot rage that had fueled me had cooled, leaving behind a hollow space. Vindicated, yes, but not entirely whole. Revenge, I learned, wasn't a cure, it was a demolition. And while I had successfully torn down their edifice of lies, I was left standing in the rubble, alone. One crisp afternoon, I drove to the cemetery. The air was still, the autumn leaves a riot of muted golds and browns. I found Grandma's headstone, still relatively new, the granite cool beneath my fingertips. I ran my hand over her name, a familiar ache in my chest. I pulled out the small leather-bound journal, the one with Peyton's photo tucked inside, and placed it gently at the base of the stone. "You were right, Grandma," I whispered, my voice catching. "They betrayed me, but I told your truth. I hope you're proud." I stood there for a long time, the silence a comfort. The truth had been salvaged, piece by piece, from the wreckage they'd created. Later that evening, back in my apartment, my phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. I almost deleted it, but something made me open it. It was from Drew Jensen, my ex-fiancé, the one who'd ghosted me when Grandma got sick, adding another layer to my abandonment issues. The message was simple. "Hey Natalie, heard you've been through a lot. I know it's probably the last thing you want, but I have a studio apartment opening up in my building. It's quiet, good light. Thought you might appreciate a fresh start, no strings attached. Just a thought, no pressure." Drew. I stared at the message. A studio apartment, a quiet peace gesture. He knew. He must have heard about the family drama, about everything. It wasn't an apology for the past, not directly, but it was an acknowledgement, an olive branch. I didn't reply immediately. I didn't delete the message either. It just sat there, a small, unexpected possibility in the quiet aftermath. They sold the house, but I salvaged her truth, shingle by damn shingle.
The deadbolt clicked, but the door just swung inward. Not a creak, not a resistance, just open. My hand, still holding a bouquet of bright yellow tulips, froze in mid-air. The silence inside was wrong. It wasn't the familiar quiet of an empty house. It was the hollow, echoing kind that screams, "Gone." Before I go on, comment below where in the world you're watching this from. My name is Cora McCormick. I'm 27 years old. And a little over a week ago, I stood on an Olympic podium with a gold medal around my neck. The world wanted interviews, endorsements, my life story. I dodged most of it. All I wanted was to come home, to my modest neighborhood, and finally feel like I'd earned a place, a real place in my family, especially with my mom, Harmony. She's 52, and for as long as I can remember, her love felt like a moving target, always just out of reach. That gold medal came with a bonus, a substantial one, more money than I'd ever seen in my life. My first thought wasn't a vacation or a new car. It was Mom's mortgage. She'd always struggled, always talked about losing the house. I wanted to give her that security, that peace. So, quietly, without any fanfare, I paid off the entire mortgage, every single cent. I also cleared Josiah's rehab bills. My older brother, 29, had been battling addiction for years, and I'd always been the one bailing him out, hoping this time would stick. And for Presley, my younger sister, 25, who was barely keeping her little coffee shop afloat, I set up a grant, enough to keep her cafe doors open for another year, no strings attached. I thought these acts, done without a spotlight, would finally show them I was there, that I cared, that I was family. Now, standing in the doorway of what used to be Mom's house, the tulips felt heavy in my hand. The living room was a cavern, no furniture, no pictures on the walls, just dust motes dancing in the slivers of sunlight. The kitchen, usually cluttered with Harmony's half-finished projects and stacks of mail, was bare. Even the fridge was gone. My stomach dropped to my feet. Outside, the mailbox was sealed shut with duct tape, and a bright red and white sign stood proudly in the front yard. Sold. My world didn't just lurch, it spun. I stumbled back to my car, fumbling for my phone. My fingers shook as I dialed Josiah first. He picked up on the third ring, his voice groggy. "Cora, what's up?" "Josiah, it's Mom's house. It's empty and sold. Do you know where she is?" A beat of silence. "Empty? Sold? Nah, man. She didn't say anything to me." "You sure you got the right address?" "Josiah, come on. It's Mom's house. Of course I'm sure." I could hear the tremor in my own voice. "Did she say anything to you about moving? Anything at all?" "No, Cora. Nothing. Last I talked to her, she was bragging about you paying off the mortgage. Said she was finally going to get some peace." His voice sounded genuinely confused. Maybe a little too much. I hung up and immediately called Presley. She answered with a sigh, probably annoyed I was interrupting her cafe duties. "What do you want, Cora? I'm busy." "Presley, it's Mom. Her house is empty. It's sold. Do you know where she went?" Another pause, longer this time. "Mom?" "No. Why would I know? She doesn't tell me anything. She's probably just on a trip or something." "A trip? Presley, the house is empty. Everything's gone. There's a sold sign in the yard." My voice was rising, bordering on a shout. "Look, I gotta go." "Customers." She hung up before I could say another word. My hand tightened around the tulips, crushing the delicate petals. They didn't know. Or were they lying? The thought was a cold, sharp blade twisting in my gut. My own brother and sister, my family. Could they really be in on this? The calls to Josiah and Presley had left me with a bitter taste, a mix of disbelief and a gnawing suspicion. Their denials felt too quick, too rehearsed. I spent the next 48 hours in a daze pacing my small apartment, the scent of crushed tulips still clinging to my hands. My gold medal, usually a source of quiet pride, felt like a lead weight in my gut. It was supposed to be a gift, a foundation, not a trigger for disappearance. I couldn't just sit there. I needed answers, and my family clearly wasn't going to give them to me. I remembered Ronnie, my agent, once mentioning a discreet contact for sensitive matters. I called him. He listened, his usual boisterous energy muted, then gave me a name and number. "Tell him Cora sent you," he said, "but use a different name. For now, this stays off the official radar." The next morning, I met with a private investigator named Marcus. He was a quiet man, late 40s, with observant eyes. I introduced myself as Sarah Miller. I laid out the bare facts. My mother, Harmony Carter, 52, had vanished after I, Cora McCormick, 27, paid off her mortgage. The house was sold. My siblings claimed ignorance. Marcus took notes, his expression unreadable. I handed him a photo of Harmony. "Find her," I said, my voice flat. "Find out where she went and what she's doing." Days bled into a week. Marcus was thorough but slow. He tracked the house sale, confirmed the new owners, but Harmony had covered her tracks well. No forwarding address, no new utility connections. The silence from Josiah and Presley was deafening. I called them daily, leaving messages, but they rarely picked up. Then, one afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was Presley. Her voice was tight, strained. "Okay, fine, Cora. Just stop calling. I saw something." My heart hammered. "What? What did you see?" "Mom. On TikTok. Some random video. She was she was in Key Largo. Drinking. New clothes. She looked happy. And she was talking. Really loud about you. Said, 'My baby brought us gold.'" Presley's voice cracked. "I didn't want to tell you. I thought maybe she just needed a break." A break? My blood ran cold. Key Largo. While I was here, reeling, she was flaunting my success like a personal triumph. The image of her, carefree, boasting, ignited a slow burn of rage deep inside me. The TikTok was easy enough to find once I had the location. It was a short clip, shaky, clearly filmed by a bystander at a resort pool. There she was, Harmony, laughing, a brightly colored cocktail in her hand, her face flushed. She looked younger, somehow, than she had in years. The caption was innocuous. Just a vibe in Key Largo. But her words, slurred slightly, cut through me. "My daughter, the Olympian, she brought us gold." Us, not me. Us. The betrayal expanded. While Marcus continued his search for Harmony, I had started reviewing my own financial statements, a habit I'd picked up during my years as a professional athlete. I'd set aside a significant portion of my bonus, the part not used for the mortgage, into a separate investment account. It was supposed to be a nest egg, something secure for my future. As I scrolled through the transactions, a series of large withdrawals spanning the week after the mortgage payment jumped out at me. They were transfers to an unfamiliar account. The dates were wrong, the amounts were wrong, and the signatures, they looked like mine, but they weren't. Not really. Harmony had forged my signature. She hadn't just sold the house I paid off. She'd dipped into my private investments. My hands trembled, not from fear, but from a new, potent anger. This wasn't just about a house anymore. This was a calculated theft. I booked the first flight to Key Largo. I didn't care about Marcus's reports anymore. I needed to see it for myself. I needed to see her. The Florida heat hit me like a wall. I checked into a hotel down the beach from the resort Presley had identified. It took me less than an hour to find her. She was by the pool, lounging on a padded chair, a wide-brimmed hat tilted over her face, a drink in her hand. The same drink from the TikTok. She was surrounded by a small group of people, all laughing, all looking at her with admiration. She was holding court, gesturing animatedly. I ordered a water from the poolside bar, my voice tight, and found a table partially obscured by a palm tree. I watched, my stomach churning with a cold, hard rage. Harmony was telling a story, her voice carrying over the gentle lapping of the water, and I always knew she had it in her. All those years, sacrificing, pushing her. It's a mother's love, you know. The real champion is the one who raises them. A woman sitting next to Harmony, a gaudy diamond bracelet glinting on her wrist, nodded enthusiastically. She turned to Harmony, her voice loud enough to carry across the pool deck. "You are so right, darling. It's easy for them to be spoiled with all that talent. You're the real champion, Harmony. You're the one who made it all happen." My jaw clenched. Spoiled. Me. The one who had given everything, who had sacrificed years, who had just tried to give her mother some peace. The rage inside me flared, hot and consuming. This wasn't just about money. This was about a lifetime of twisted narratives, of her taking credit, of her making me feel like I owed her for simply existing. My hands curled into fists under the table. This wasn't going to stand. The flight back from Key Largo was a blur of cold fury. The image of Harmony, basking in the sun, taking credit for my sacrifices, while that woman called me spoiled. It had burned away the last vestiges of hurt. What was left was a hard, unyielding resolve. This wasn't just about the money anymore. This was about reclaiming my narrative, my life, from someone who had always treated me as a means to an end. The first thing I did when I landed was call Ronnie. He was my sports agent, 34 years old, and fiercely loyal. He picked up on the first ring, his voice sharp with concern. "Cora, what happened? You sound different." "She forged my signature, Ronnie, on the investment accounts, and she sold the house I paid off, then disappeared to Key Largo to party and brag about her gold medal." My voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "I need to freeze those accounts immediately, and I need to document every single fraudulent transaction." Ronnie didn't hesitate. "Consider it done. I'll get our legal team on it first thing. We'll need all your bank statements, anything you have on the investment accounts. This is serious, Cora. Identity fraud." After that call, I also contacted Marcus, the private investigator I'd hired. "I found her," I told him, my voice clipped, "and I've got new information. I'm taking a different route now. I appreciate your work, but I'm putting your investigation on hold." He understood, his voice professional. I didn't need him to find her anymore. I needed lawyers to deal with the fallout. Over the next few days, a stack of documents grew on my kitchen table: bank statements, property records, the original mortgage papers, copies of the forged withdrawal slips. Ronnie's team moved fast, and within 72 hours, the unauthorized accounts were frozen, stopping the bleeding. It was a small victory, but it felt like the first breath of fresh air after drowning. During this time, my phone buzzed with an unfamiliar number. I almost ignored it, but something made me answer. "Cora McCormick," I said, my voice guarded. "Cora? It's Braxton. Braxton Fox." My high school ex-boyfriend. Braxton, 32, was now a local journalist. We hadn't spoken in years, not since I left for college and then the demanding world of professional athletics. "Braxton? Wow. What's up?" "I heard about everything. The house, your mom. It's all over the local gossip mills, you know." "I'm a journalist now, Cora. I work for the Herald. I can give you a platform, tell your side of the story, get ahead of it." His voice was earnest, professional, but with an underlying current of genuine concern. I paused. The thought was tempting, to just lay it all out, to expose Harmony for what she was. But no, not yet. This wasn't about a quick headline. This was about something deeper, something that needed to be orchestrated with precision. "Thanks, Braxton. I appreciate the offer, really. But no, not right now. I'm I'm not ready to talk publicly, not in that way." He sounded disappointed but understood. "Okay. Well, my offer stands. If you change your mind, you know where to find me." I hung up, a small smile playing on my lips. Braxton was a good guy, and his offer, while rejected for now, was a seed planted. I had a bigger stage in mind. Well, a week after I got back from Key Largo, Josiah showed up at my apartment. He looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot. He sat on my couch, fidgeting, avoiding my gaze. "Cora, I need to tell you something." My guard went up immediately. "What, Josiah? Another lie?" He flinched. "No, not a lie. I knew something. Not everything. Not about the money, but—" "Mom," she hinted at it. "For months. Said if you ever made it big, she'd finally have enough to start over. To disappear and live the life she deserved, free from us." He looked up, his eyes pleading. She said she was tired of being tied down. She wanted a fresh start, somewhere warm. My blood ran cold. And you didn't think to tell me this? He ran a hand through his already messy hair. I tried, Cora. I swear to God, I tried. After you won, when she started talking about selling, I called you a bunch of times. I was worried. I knew how she was. But your phone, it just went straight to voicemail. Every time. My mind flashed back. The intense training leading up to the Olympics. The relentless focus. My coach had encouraged me to block out all distractions, to put my phone on a strict do not disturb setting, only allowing calls from a select few numbers. Harmony's, Josiah's, Presley's, they hadn't been on that list. I'd set it up months ago, a habit I'd developed to maintain my Olympic focus. I'd ignored their calls, not out of malice, but out of a desperate need to keep my head clear, to achieve the one thing I thought would finally earn their unconditional love. The irony was a bitter pill. My own self-imposed isolation, my single-minded pursuit of a goal meant to help my family, had inadvertently paved the way for Harmony's escape. Josiah had tried to warn me, and I, in my tunnel vision, had shut him out. The flame of rage that had been building inside me caught, fueled by this new, devastating realization. This wasn't just about her betrayal. It was about the blind spots I'd created for myself, the ways I'd enabled her, always hoping for a different outcome. The revelation about Josiah's attempts to warn me and my own unwitting role in shutting him out had added another layer to the cold anger. It wasn't just Harmony's betrayal anymore, it was the realization of how deeply ingrained her patterns were and how my own desire for her approval had made me blind. The legal team Ronnie had assembled was digging deep, not just into the forged signatures, but into Harmony's financial history. They were relentless, and I was grateful for their efficiency. It was a Tuesday, about 3 weeks after I'd found Mom's house empty, when Ronnie called. His voice was grim. Cora, the lawyers found something else. It's not great. My stomach tightened. What now? Harmony changed her will. About 6 months ago. She's cut you out entirely. Everything she has or would have had goes to Presley. She's even included a clause about how Presley was always there for her, how you were too focused on your career, how you owed them everything for her sacrifices raising you. The words hit me like a physical blow, not because I wanted anything from Harmony's non-existent estate, but because of the narrative she was building. I owed them everything. It was the same line she'd used my entire life. The subtle manipulation that had driven me to push harder, to win gold, to pay off her mortgage. Even in her legal documents, she was still trying to control the story, to paint me as the neglectful child, and Presley as the loyal one. It was a vicious, calculated move designed to drive a wedge between us, to justify her own actions by making me the villain. Unbelievable, I whispered, the word tasting like ash. It's a pattern, Cora, Ronnie said gently. This isn't just about money for her, it's about control, about perception. His words echoed something I'd heard before, a long time ago, a name I hadn't thought about in 15 years. Jordan, Harmony's older sister, my aunt. She was 55 now, living in Tucson. They'd had a massive falling out when I was 12, something about money and a broken promise. Harmony had always painted Jordan as unstable, jealous. But now, with everything unraveling, a flicker of intuition told me Jordan might hold some missing pieces. It took me a few hours to find her number. It was buried deep in an old address book, one of the few things I'd kept from my childhood home. My finger hovered over the call button. What if she was just like Harmony? What if she'd buy into Harmony's narrative? But the need for answers, for clarity, outweighed my hesitation. She answered on the second ring, her voice raspy, a little surprised. Hello? Aunt Jordan? It's Cora McCormick. A long silence, then a soft exhale. Cora, my goodness. It's been, 15 years? At least, I confirmed. I need to talk to you about Harmony. Another pause. I figured that's why you'd call. She's probably done something spectacular, hasn't she? There was no malice in her voice, just a weary resignation. I told her everything. The gold medal, the mortgage, the vanished house, Key Largo, the forged signatures, the will. I didn't hold back, the words tumbling out, raw and unfiltered. Jordan listened patiently, interrupting only occasionally with a quiet, "I see," or "Of course." When I finished, the line was quiet for a moment. Then Jordan spoke, her voice clear and steady. "Cora, I'm so sorry, but I'm not surprised. Your mother, Harmony, she's always been like this. She used me too. For money, for a place to stay when things got tough. She'd charm you, make you feel like the most important person in the world, then she'd take what she needed and leave you emotionally roadkill. She told everyone I was crazy, that I was jealous of her perfect life, when all I did was try to help her. She twisted everything. It's how she operates. She needs to be the victim or the hero, never just accountable." Her words were a cold balm. Emotional roadkill. That's exactly how I felt. Jordan didn't try to comfort me with platitudes. She just laid out the truth, a truth that resonated with my own experiences. It was like looking into a distorted mirror and finally seeing the true reflection. "She did the same to our father, too, before he passed," Jordan continued. "He loved her, but she bled him dry, emotionally and financially. She always finds someone to attach herself to, someone to save her, then she discards them when they're no longer useful, or when they threaten her carefully constructed reality." The conversation lasted for hours. Jordan painted a clearer picture of Harmony than I'd ever had, a lifetime of manipulation, of playing the victim, of using people and then rewriting history to suit her narrative. It was devastating, but also liberating. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't the problem. Harmony was. When I hung up, a profound sense of calm settled over me. It wasn't the comfort of a mother's embrace, but the solid ground of understanding. Some family isn't blood, it's truth. And Jordan, my estranged aunt, had given me that truth. It was a clarity I hadn't known I desperately needed. Later that evening, as I was finally winding down, my phone buzzed with an anonymous text message. The number was unfamiliar. "Heard your mom talking at the resort. She's bragging about buying property with her daughter's name again. Says she's setting up a new life, a fresh start. Be careful." My heart hammered against my ribs. Again? She was still doing it, still using my name, my success, to build her fantasy. The calm I'd found hours earlier evaporated, replaced by a renewed surge of icy determination. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. The anonymous message had been the final straw. Bragging about buying property with her daughter's name again. It wasn't enough for Harmony to take my money, sell my house, and disappear. She was still out there, using my identity, my success, as a shield and a weapon. The clarity Jordan had given me, while comforting, had also sharpened my resolve. This wasn't just about recovering funds, it was about dismantling the entire fantasy Harmony had built around herself. A fantasy that fed on me. I called Ronnie. "Remember Braxton's offer?" I said, my voice steady. "I'm taking it, but I want something bigger than the local paper. I want an international magazine, something that goes global." Ronnie didn't miss a beat. "Consider it done. I'll make some calls. You'll be an Olympian Quarterly within the month. They've been hounding me for an exclusive since the games." He was right. Within a week, a team from Olympian Quarterly flew in. The lead journalist, a sharp, empathetic woman named Sarah, sat across from me in my living room. The photographer, quiet and efficient, moved around, capturing the sparse, understated reality of my apartment, a stark contrast to the opulence Harmony was flaunting. I didn't hold back. I spoke calmly, factually, but with an undercurrent of raw emotion. I started with the gold medal, the bonus, the desire to help my family. "I paid off my mother's mortgage," I explained, my voice flat. A week later, I found the house empty, sold. She was gone. I detailed the discovery of the forged signatures, the unauthorized withdrawals from my investment accounts. It wasn't just about the money, I said, looking directly into Sarah's eyes. It was about the betrayal, the calculated deception. My mother, Harmony Carter, used my success, my name, to fund a lavish lifestyle while I was left wondering where she was, if she was safe. I talked about the TikTok video, the Key Largo resort, the woman calling me spoiled, while Harmony soaked up the praise. I explained the changed will, the narrative Harmony built about me owing them everything, and I spoke about the anonymous message, the chilling detail about her still using my name to buy property. This isn't about revenge, I stated, though a part of me knew it was in its own way. This is about truth, about protecting myself from further fraud, and about showing that a gold medal, a symbol of triumph, can also be a catalyst for profound personal destruction when placed in the wrong hands. I didn't cry. I didn't raise my voice. I simply laid out the facts, the emotional damage woven into every detail. Sarah listened intently, her pen scratching across her notepad. The article hit the stands and went live online 3 weeks later. It was titled The Unseen Price of Gold, an Olympian's Battle for Her Identity. The story exploded. It wasn't just a sports story, it was a human interest piece about betrayal, family dysfunction, and the dark side of sudden wealth. The internet, a place where Harmony's Olympic mom TikToks had once thrived, now turned on her with a vengeance. Comment sections were flooded with outrage. Sponsors who had jumped on the Mom of Olympian branding quickly pulled their support, issuing statements about unforeseen circumstances and aligning with core values. The TikToks shriveled up, deleted, or buried under a mountain of public outrage. Harmony's carefully curated fantasy was collapsing under the weight of truth. My phone started ringing off the hook. Media requests, messages from concerned friends, even a few from distant relatives I hadn't heard from in years. And then the voicemails from Presley. "Cora, what the hell is wrong with you?" Her voice shrieked, laced with fury. "You exposed the whole family. For attention. Do you know what this is doing to Mom? To me? Our cafe is getting hate messages. You've ruined everything valuable we had." Another message later that day. "You're just jealous, aren't you? Because Mom always loved me more. You think just because you won a medal, you can destroy us? You're sick, Cora." Absolutely sick. I listened to them, my expression unreadable. "You exposed the whole family for attention." Presley's words echoed in my mind. I paused. Did I enjoy the power? The feeling of finally controlling the narrative, of turning the spotlight onto Harmony's deception instead of her manufactured glory? Yes, a part of me did. It felt right. But was it wrong if the truth hurt? If it shattered the carefully constructed illusions not just for Harmony, but for Presley too, who seemed to genuinely believe Harmony's version of reality? I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that the truth, however painful, needed to be told. A few days later, a thick envelope arrived in the mail. No return address, but the postmark was from Key Largo. My heart gave a cold thump. I tore it open. Inside was a single, handwritten letter. Harmony's familiar, looping script filled the page. "Cora," it began, the ink smudged in places as if she'd been crying. "I'm coming home. I have nowhere else to go. Everything is gone. I'm broke. Please, baby, I need you." Broke, desperate. The words were a victory, chillingly so. But the plea for help, the feigned vulnerability, was a familiar trap. She was returning to the scene of her crime, not for reconciliation, but for rescue, and this time I wouldn't be the one to provide it. The letter from Harmony, proclaiming her brokenness and desperation, arrived 2 days after the magazine article went viral. It sat on my counter, a stark reminder that the game wasn't over. It was just entering a new, more dangerous phase. I didn't reply. I simply waited. 3 days later, my phone rang. It was Ronnie. "Cora, I just got a call from the gym. Your mother is there. She's demanding to see you." And the media, they're already swarming the entrance. My private training gym was my sanctuary, a place of focus and discipline. Harmony showing up there, creating a spectacle, was a deliberate invasion. "Let her in," I said, my voice flat, "but only to the private meeting room. No cameras inside, and make sure our legal team is on standby." I arrived at the gym 20 minutes later, walking past a throng of reporters and photographers, their flashes popping like distant lightning. Harmony was waiting in the small, glass-walled conference room, flanked by two of Ronnie's security guards. She looked different. Gaunt, yes, her face thinner, lines etched around her eyes. But the defiance, that familiar stubborn set to her jaw, was still there. Her clothes, though, were noticeably less flashy than the Key Largo resort wear. She stood as I entered, her eyes blazing with a mix of anger and something that looked like fear. "Cora, how could you? You've ruined everything." I walked to the table and sat down, not inviting her to do the same. Ronnie stood beside me, a silent, formidable presence. "You ruined everything, Harmony, not me. You sold the house I paid for. You forged my signature. You stole from me." Her chin lifted. "Stole? I'm your mother. Everything I did was for us, for our family. You think this gold medal just appeared? I sacrificed. I raised you. You owed me this." Her voice was rising, echoing in the small room. "You've destroyed my reputation, my life, my sponsors, my friends. They've all abandoned me because of your lies." "Lies?" I scoffed. "The truth, Harmony, is what you're hearing, and the truth hurts." Ronnie stepped forward, placing a small tablet on the table between us. "Harmony, we've been gathering evidence, not just financial, but behavioral." He tapped the screen. "You claimed your sponsors abandoned you. Let's remind them why." A voice filled the room, tinny at first, then chillingly clear. It was Harmony's voice from what sounded like a phone call filled with venom. "And they think they can control me after all I've done? That little girl wouldn't be anywhere without me. She's just a product, a commodity. I'm the one who deserves the credit, the money. They'll see. They'll all see who the real star is." Another clip played, her voice slurring slightly from what sounded like a public event. "And honestly, Cora's always been so cold, so focused, never really understood what family means. She just runs from everything. But I'm the one who carried her, who pushed her. She owes me. They all owe me." The recordings continued, a montage of her vitriol, her self-pity, her entitlement. Ronnie's legal team had done their work digging through public appearances, old interviews, even long rambling voicemails she'd left for various people over the years. They were toxic, raw, and utterly damning. Harmony's face, which had been contorted in rage, slowly drained of color. She sank into the chair opposite me, visibly shaken. The defiance in her eyes flickered, replaced by a desperate, trapped look. She knew these recordings. She knew they were real. "These have been shared with your former sponsors, Harmony," Ronnie stated calmly. "They've also been submitted as evidence. Any claim you make about being unfairly targeted or about Cora lying is now completely undermined." Then, the final blow. The door opened and two more people entered, my lead attorney, Mr. Davies, and his associate. They carried a stack of documents. "Harmony Carter," Mr. Davies began, his voice devoid of emotion, "on behalf of Ms. Cora McCormick, we are formally serving you with a civil lawsuit for identity fraud, grand larceny, and emotional distress. We have irrefutable evidence of your unauthorized access to Ms. McCormick's accounts, the forgery of her signature, and the fraudulent sale of property. We will be seeking full restitution for all stolen funds, damages, and legal fees." He placed the thick stack of papers on the table in front of her. Harmony stared at them, her mouth agape. The color had completely left her face. She looked like a ghost. This is impossible," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The media buzz outside intensified. I could hear the shouts, the camera clicks. This wasn't just a family dispute anymore. This was a public, legal takedown. As Mr. Davies finished, the door to the meeting room opened again. Presley stood there, her face tear-streaked, glaring at me. "Mom!" she cried, rushing to Harmony's side and putting an arm around her. "What have you done, Cora? You're destroying her." But then another figure stepped into the doorway. Josiah. He looked from Presley and Harmony to me, his expression unreadable. He walked past Presley, past Harmony, and stopped beside me. He didn't say a word, but his presence was a silent statement. For once, Josiah was on my side. The scene at the gym, with Presley clinging to Harmony and Josiah standing by my side, quickly became a media frenzy. Harmony, ever the performer, managed to spin her arrival into a public spectacle, despite Ronnie's attempts to contain it. She emerged from the gym, looking frail, with Presley at her side, and immediately launched into a sob story for the cameras. My own daughter. She's destroying me, Harmony wailed, tears streaming down her face for the cameras. After everything I sacrificed, everything I gave for her to achieve her dreams. She turns on me. She's cold, ungrateful. She's tearing our family apart for fame. Presley nodded vigorously, glaring at me over Harmony's shoulder. She's always been like this. She thinks she's better than us now. The crowd of reporters, a mix of local and national press, ate it up. They swarmed, microphones thrust forward, but this time, the narrative wasn't hers to control. Braxton Fox, my ex-boyfriend turned journalist, had been quietly working behind the scenes. He hadn't just offered me a platform, he'd been digging. The day after Harmony's public display, the Herald published a series of articles, meticulously researched, citing Harmony's repeat patterns. Braxton had found old acquaintances, former friends, even distant relatives who had been used and discarded by Harmony over the years. He unearthed stories of loans never repaid, promises broken, and emotional manipulation that mirrored my own experience and Jordan's. His articles didn't just report, they provided context, history, and a chilling pattern of behavior. They painted Harmony not as a victim, but as a serial opportunist. The public, already swayed by the Olympian Quarterly article, now had undeniable proof. The Olympic mom folklore, the bizarro narrative Harmony had carefully crafted, began to unravel completely. Social media, once her stage, became her judge. The comments were brutal, unforgiving. The civil case moved quickly. My legal team had an airtight case, bank records, signed affidavits from Ronnie and myself, the property sale documents, and the damning audio recordings Ronnie had played for Harmony. The court dates were brief, efficient. Harmony tried to represent herself at first, then hired a public defender who seemed overwhelmed by the mountain of evidence. She tried to portray herself as a loving mother wronged by a greedy daughter, but the facts and Braxton's articles spoke louder. I granted no interviews. I didn't need to. I let the silence speak for me. I let the evidence, the public record, and the mounting outrage do the work. My presence in court was minimal, just enough to fulfill my legal obligations. I watched Harmony from across the courtroom, her face growing more haggard with each passing day, her bluster fading into desperation. The court sided with me. The judge's ruling was unequivocal. Harmony Carter was found liable for identity fraud and grand larceny. She was ordered to pay full restitution for all stolen funds, plus significant damages and legal fees. It was a sum she would never in a million years be able to pay. Her reputation was destroyed. Her public plea for forgiveness had flopped spectacularly, and now she was legally, financially, and publicly ruined. The judgment was handed down on a crisp autumn morning, almost 3 months after I found her house empty. I walked out of the courthouse, not to a throng of reporters, but to a quiet street. Ronnie was there, a small, satisfied smile on his face. Josiah was there too, waiting by his car. He gave me a small, hesitant nod. Presley was nowhere to be seen. I felt nothing. No elation, no triumphant satisfaction, just a vast, empty quiet. The revenge was served, yes. It was complete, but it didn't taste sweet. It tasted like silence. Later that evening, an envelope arrived by courier. It was from Harmony. I opened it, my fingers strangely numb. Inside was a single sheet of paper, her familiar, sprawling handwriting filling the page. "You were always cold, Cora," it read. "Even as a child, you never understood what family truly meant. Now you've frozen me forever. I hope you're happy." I read the words, then crumpled the paper in my hand. Cold. Maybe she was right. But her definition of warmth was a fire that consumed everything around it. And I had simply chosen not to burn. The court ruling had been final, absolute. Harmony was ordered to pay restitution she couldn't possibly afford. Her public image, once inflated by my success, was now utterly deflated, a cautionary tale. I thought, walking out of that courthouse, that I would feel a surge of triumph, a wave of satisfaction. Instead, there was just a profound quiet. Presley, true to her word, had cut ties. She didn't call, didn't text. Her cafe, I heard through the grapevine, was struggling even more, burdened by the negative publicity surrounding Harmony. She seemed to have fully retreated into her mother's narrative, convinced I was the villain who had destroyed their lives for personal gain. It was a sad, predictable end to our relationship, one I'd mourned long before the final break. Josiah, surprisingly, had stuck around. He'd been at the courthouse, a silent, supportive presence. In the weeks that followed, he'd call sometimes just to check in. Our conversations were tentative at first, then, slowly, cautiously, they deepened. He was still battling his own demons, but the shared experience of Harmony's unraveling had, ironically, forged a fragile bond between us. He understood, in a way Presley couldn't, the insidious nature of her manipulation. We didn't talk about Harmony much, not directly. Our contact was occasional, a quiet acknowledgement that we were the only ones left who truly understood the other's scars. Harmony's letters started arriving a few weeks after the judgment. They came monthly, sometimes twice a month, addressed to my apartment. They were always handwritten, always filled with pleas for help, thinly veiled as guilt trips. Cora, I'm destitute, I have nowhere to go. How can you do this to your own mother? Or, I'm sick, baby. I need you. You're all I have left. Sometimes she'd try a different tactic. I miss you, my champion. Don't you miss me? I never replied. Not once. I didn't even open them after the first few. They just sat there, accumulating. I found a small, lacquered box in my dresser drawer, the one where I kept my gold medal. I started stacking her unopened letters there, under the medal, a growing monument to her relentless attempts at manipulation and my equally relentless refusal to engage. The silence was my answer. The distance was my control. The public frenzy around the Olympic mom scandal eventually died down, replaced by the next headline. My sponsors, after an initial period of cautious observation, reaffirmed their support. Ronnie, ever the professional, had navigated the fallout with skill, turning a personal tragedy into a testament to my resilience. I didn't chase more fame, more endorsements. Instead, I channeled my energy into something quieter, something meaningful. I started a youth training foundation, using a portion of my remaining bonus and some of my endorsement earnings. It was small, focused on underprivileged kids in my old neighborhood, providing them with access to coaching, equipment, and a safe space to train. I wanted to give them the kind of structured support I'd craved without the emotional strings. I worked quietly, away from the cameras, finding a different kind of purpose. The revenge, the elegant takedown, was complete. Harmony was ruined, publicly and financially. Her fantasy was shattered. But there was no satisfaction in it, not the kind I'd imagined. Just a quiet, almost melancholic peace. The silence was deafening, but it was my silence. The control was absolute, but it came at the cost of a family I'd always longed for, even as it hurt me. They taught me to run. I just never planned on outrunning home.
The notification popped up on my phone, a little green square that usually meant a friend was paying me back for brunch. This time, it was from my mother, Josephine Wheeler. My stomach did a familiar clench, a preemptive tightening I'd learned to associate with her name. It was a Venmo request. $375. The caption read, "Clean up help. Before we move on, tell me where you're watching from. I love mapping my viewers." I stared at it, my thumb hovering over the pay button. Clean up help for what? I scrolled through my social media, a habit I hated but couldn't break. And there it was, a carousel of photos on my Aunt Carol's public profile, all beaming smiles and glitter, Olivia's sweet 16. My cousin, Olivia, 16 years old, and looking like a princess in a tulle gown, surrounded by a crowd of beaming faces. Not one of them mine. Olivia, my mother's niece, the golden child of the Wheeler family, had just celebrated her milestone birthday. And I, her cousin, Juliet, 29 years old and apparently still a ghost, hadn't even received an invitation. Not a text, not a call, not a pity invite, nothing. But a Venmo request for the aftermath? That was a new low, even for Josephine. My mind reeled, tumbling back through the years. It wasn't just the sweet 16. It was every birthday growing up. Mine were always quiet affairs, a small cake, maybe a single gift. Olivia's were always extravagant, theme parties with bouncy castles and catered food. I remembered my 7th birthday, begging for a clown, only to be told we couldn't afford it. The next year, Olivia had a full-blown circus tent in her backyard. Then there was the infamous red dress. I was 17, getting ready for my senior prom. I'd saved up for months to buy this gorgeous deep red satin dress. I felt beautiful in it for once. My mother, Josephine, took one look at me, her lips pursed. "Juliet," she'd said, her voice dripping with disapproval, "that dress makes you look desperate, like you're trying too hard." I ended up wearing a beige shift dress she picked out, feeling like a shadow. Olivia, of course, wore a stunning, bright blue gown to her junior prom the following year, and Josephine raved about how elegant she looked. It was always Olivia. Olivia's ballet recitals, Olivia's academic awards, Olivia's perfectly coiffed hair. And me? I was the quiet one, the introspective one, the one who worked hard in silence and never quite fit into the sparkling Wheeler mould. My estranged father, who had passed away unexpectedly a few months ago, had left me a substantial inheritance, money I hadn't expected, money that suddenly gave me options I'd never dreamed of. But even that felt like an asterisk, a fortune from outside the family, not something I'd earned in their eyes. I could have called her. I could have sent a furious text. I could have posted a passive-aggressive comment on Aunt Carol's photos. But what would be the point? It would just be another performance for an audience that never saw me anyway. They'd just dismiss it as Juliet being dramatic, Juliet being ungrateful. No, this time, I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of a reaction. I hit pay. Full amount. $375. My fingers didn't even tremble. The transaction went through, a tiny digital confirmation of my invisibility. Later that night, curled on my sofa with a cup of tea, I scrolled through my feed again. And there it was, Josephine's own post, a blurry selfie in front of a grand, white, pillared mansion. Another tour of my future home, so close to making this dream a reality, manifesting hard. My mother had been obsessed with this house for years. It was in the affluent part of town, a sprawling estate with a manicured lawn and a reputation for being the most desirable property on the market. She dragged my Uncle Douglas and Aunt Carol to open houses, talked about it endlessly at family dinners I was invited to, usually to fill a seat or help with dishes. She'd even started a separate savings account, a dream house fund, which she'd mentioned more than once, pointedly, was for her future, not anyone else's. I closed my laptop, the screen reflecting my own face, unreadable. The disorientation I'd felt earlier had solidified into something cold, sharp. This wasn't just about a Venmo request or a forgotten invitation. This was about years of being overlooked, dismissed, treated as an afterthought. I reopened my laptop. My fingers moved without conscious thought, typing the address of the mansion into the search bar. The real estate listing popped up. Glossy photos of the grand foyer, the sprawling kitchen, the crystal chandeliers. I scrolled through them slowly, methodically. Then I clicked the little star icon, bookmarked. The notification popped up on my phone, a little green square that usually meant a friend was paying me back for brunch. This time, it was from my mother, Josephine Wheeler. My stomach did a familiar clench, a preemptive tightening I'd learned to associate with her name. It was a Venmo request, $375. The caption read, "Clean up help." I stared at it, my thumb hovering over the pay button. Clean up help for what? I scrolled through my social media, a habit I hated but couldn't break. And there it was, a carousel of photos on my Aunt Carol's public profile, all beaming smiles and glitter, Olivia's sweet 16. My cousin, Olivia, 16 years old and looking like a princess, in a tulle gown, surrounded by a crowd of beaming faces, not one of them mine. Olivia, my mother's niece, the golden child of the Wheeler family, had just celebrated her milestone birthday. And I, her cousin, Juliet, 29 years old, and apparently still a ghost, hadn't even received an invitation. Not a text, not a call, not a pity invite, nothing. But a Venmo request for the aftermath? That was a new low, even for Josephine. My mind reeled, tumbling back through the years. It wasn't just the sweet 16, it was every birthday growing up. Mine were always quiet affairs, a small cake, maybe a single gift. Olivia's were always extravagant, theme parties with bouncy castles and catered food. I remembered my 7th birthday, begging for a clown, only to be told we couldn't afford it. The next year, Olivia had a full-blown circus tent in her backyard. Then there was the infamous red dress. I was 17, getting ready for my senior prom. I'd saved up for months to buy this gorgeous, deep red satin dress. I felt beautiful in it for once. My mother, Josephine, took one look at me, her lips pursed. "Juliet," she'd said, her voice dripping with disapproval, "that dress makes you look desperate, like you're trying too hard." I ended up wearing a beige shift dress she picked out, feeling like a shadow. Olivia, of course, wore a stunning, bright blue gown to her junior prom the following year, and Josephine raved about how elegant she looked. It was always Olivia. Olivia's ballet recitals, Olivia's academic awards, Olivia's perfectly coiffed hair. And me? I was the quiet one, the introspective one, the one who worked hard in silence and never quite fit into the sparkling Wheeler mould. My estranged father, who had passed away unexpectedly a few months ago, had left me a substantial inheritance, money I hadn't expected, money that suddenly gave me options I'd never dreamed of. But even that felt like an asterisk, a fortune from outside the family, not something I'd earned in their eyes. I could have called her. I could have sent a furious text. I could have posted a passive-aggressive comment on Aunt Carol's photos. But what would be the point? It would just be another performance for an audience that never saw me anyway. They'd just dismiss it as Juliet being dramatic, Juliet being ungrateful. No, this time I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of a reaction. I hit pay. Full amount, $375. My fingers didn't even tremble. The transaction went through, a tiny digital confirmation of my invisibility. Later that night, curled on my sofa with a cup of tea, I scrolled through my feed again. And there it was, Josephine's own post, a blurry selfie in front of a grand, white-pillared mansion. Another tour of my future home, so close to making this dream a reality. Manifesting hard. My mother had been obsessed with this house for years. It was in the affluent part of town, a sprawling estate with a manicured lawn and a reputation for being the most desirable property on the market. She dragged my Uncle Douglas and Aunt Carol to open houses, talked about it endlessly at family dinners I was invited to, usually to fill a seat or help with dishes. She'd even started a separate savings account, a dream house fund, which she'd mentioned more than once, pointedly, was for her future, not anyone else's. I closed my laptop, the screen reflecting my own face, unreadable. The disorientation I'd felt earlier had solidified into something cold, sharp. This wasn't just about a Venmo request or a forgotten invitation. This was about years of being overlooked, dismissed, treated as an afterthought. I reopened my laptop. My fingers moved without conscious thought, typing the address of the mansion into the search bar. The real estate listing popped up, glossy photos of the grand foyer, the sprawling kitchen, the crystal chandeliers. I scrolled through them slowly, methodically. Then I clicked the little star icon, bookmarked. A few days later, the cold resolve I'd felt after hitting pay on the Venmo request hadn't faded. It had sharpened. I knew I needed an agent, someone who could navigate the local real estate scene without raising any immediate red flags with my family. My mind went to Leo Sutton, my ex from college. He was 31 now, 2 years older than me, and had carved out a successful niche in high-end real estate in the area. We hadn't ended things badly, just drifted apart after graduation. But he knew my family. He knew the Wheelers. I sent him a text, keeping it breezy. "Hey Leo, long time. Hope you're doing well. Random question. I'm thinking of dipping my toes into house hunting, just casually looking around. Any chance you'd be free for a coffee sometime next week to chat about the market?" He replied almost immediately. "Juliet, wow, good to hear from you. Yeah, totally. Coffee's on me. How about Tuesday?" Tuesday morning, we met at a trendy coffee shop downtown. Leo looked good, a little more polished than I remembered, but still with that easy smile. He was 31, still had that boyish charm, but now it was layered with a professional confidence. "So, house hunting, huh?" he asked, stirring his latte. "That's a big step. What are you looking for?" I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Honestly, just exploring. My lease is up next year, and I've been thinking about what's next. Something with a bit of space, maybe a yard. Nothing too specific yet?" He nodded, pulling out his tablet. "Okay, well, I've got a few listings that might fit the bill. There's this one place just came back on the market, actually. It's a bit grand, but you said space. White pillars, marble foyer, huge backyard. It's been getting a lot of buzz. Might be out of your stated budget, but worth a look for inspiration." My heart gave a tiny, almost imperceptible lurch. White pillars, marble foyer. It had to be the one. My mother's dream house. I kept my expression neutral. "Oh? Interesting. Send me the link, I'll take a look. No pressure, just curious." He typed something, then looked up, a slight frown on his face. "You know, you're different, Juliet. Quieter, I guess. Poised. But there's something sharper about you now. Not in a bad way, just unreadable." I offered a small, non-committal smile. "Life happens, I guess." I didn't elaborate. He didn't press. Later that week, back at my job in non-profit development, I sat across from a new client, a 15-year-old girl named Maya. She was quiet, her eyes downcast. We were talking about family dynamics, about feeling heard. "It's like I'm invisible at home," Maya mumbled, picking at a loose thread on her jeans. "My parents, they just don't see me. Everything's about my older brother, his grades, his sports, his college applications. I could disappear, and I don't think they'd even notice." Her words hit me like a physical blow. Invisible. I knew that feeling. I remembered my own high school graduation. I was 19, a year older than most because I'd started kindergarten late. My mother, Josephine, had insisted on a small gathering at her house afterwards. While she and my uncle Douglas, Olivia's father, fussed over Olivia's upcoming ballet recital, a performance that was still weeks away, I was in the kitchen, scrubbing dishes from the party, my own graduation party. Olivia, then 6, had been twirling around the living room, showing off her new point shoes, soaking up all the attention. My diploma was still rolled up, forgotten on the dining room table. I took a deep breath, focusing on Maya. "I understand that feeling more than you know," I told her, my voice soft but firm. "It's tough when you feel like you're not seen. But you are seen, Maya. You're here, and you're talking about it. That's a huge step." I spent the rest of the day trying to channel my own history into helping Maya, but her words echoed in my head. Invisible. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was a wound, festering for years, and now it was about to become a weapon. That evening, as I was making dinner, my phone buzzed. It was Leo. "Juliet, you won't believe it," he said, his voice a mix of surprise and excitement. "That house, the one with the white pillars, the Wheeler bid fell through. Apparently their financing hit a snag. It's available. Again." A slow, cold smile spread across my face. The universe, it seemed, was finally paying attention. The phone call with Leo had ended, but the echo of his words, "It's available," again, reverberated through my apartment. It was a sign. A cold, hard, undeniable sign. My mother's dream house, the one she'd been manifesting and saving for, was suddenly within reach. Not for her, but for me. The first thing I did was call Prudence. Prudence Simmons, my best friend since college, was 30 years old, a year older than me, and had always been my rock. She knew the entire history of the Wheeler family circus, had witnessed countless microaggressions, and had always been the one to tell me I wasn't crazy. "You're not going to believe what just happened," I told her, my voice low, a thrill running through it. I recounted the Venmo request, the Sweet 16 snub, Josephine's social media posts, and now Leo's call. There was a beat of silence on the other end. Then Prudence let out a slow whistle. "Juliet, this is it. This is your moment. You have to do it." "I know," I breathed, "but I can't just buy it. Not under my name. It would be too obvious, too immediate. She'd know." "An LLC," Prudence said, her mind already racing. "You need an LLC, something untraceable back to you. We can set one up through a shell company, make it look like a legitimate investment firm. I know someone who can help with the paperwork, make it airtight." Prudence worked in corporate law, so this was her territory. She was always meticulous, always thorough. "And the money?" I asked. My inheritance from my estranged father was substantial, more than enough for a down payment on a house like that, but I needed to keep it quiet. "That's where Zlata comes in," Prudence suggested. Zlata Benson, 28, was my colleague at the nonprofit, a brilliant, tech-savvy woman who was always looking for a challenge. She was a year younger than me, but had a sharp mind for logistics and discretion. She can handle the financial transfers, make it look like it's coming from a legitimate anonymous investor. She's good at that kind of thing, setting up complex accounts for our donors without revealing their identities. The plan started to take shape, a delicate, intricate web of legal and financial maneuvering designed to be completely anonymous. Prudence and Zlata were both fiercely loyal, and they understood, without me having to explain it in great detail, the deep-seated injustice that was driving me. They knew how much my family's neglect had hurt me over the years. This wasn't just a house, it was a statement. Over the next few days, the process was set in motion. Prudence worked on forming a limited liability company, something generic like Evergreen Holdings LLC, registered out of state. Zlata, with her quiet efficiency, began the complex process of transferring funds from my inheritance into the new LLC's accounts, ensuring no digital breadcrumbs led back to Juliet Wheeler. It was all above board, legally sound, but designed for maximum opacity. Meanwhile, Josephine was practically vibrating with excitement on social media. Her neighborhood group chat, which I still followed from a burner account I'd created years ago, was alight with her posts. "We're so close to finally owning the dream," she wrote, followed by a string of emojis. "Just waiting for a few final details to clear. So grateful for this blessing." She even posted a picture of herself standing outside the mansion again, waving. I forwarded the screenshot to Prudence and Zlata. "She has no idea," I typed. "Good," Zlata replied. "That's the point." Leo, unaware of the intricate web being woven, kept me updated on the bids. "The Wheelers are still in the running, but there's a new player," he reported one afternoon. "An LLC, very quiet, very serious. They just put in a significantly higher offer." "Oh," I said, trying to sound bored. "Interesting. What's the new offer?" He told me the figure. It was substantial. I immediately texted Zlata. "Go higher. Undercut them by exactly 5,000. A few hours later, Leo called again, sounding a little exasperated. "Okay, this is wild." The LLC just upped their bid again. They're not messing around. It's like they know what the Wheelers are offering and are just topping it. "Are you sure you're not interested in this place, Juliet? It's getting competitive." "Just curious, Leo," I said, a small smile playing on my lips. "Keep me posted." This went on for 2 more days. Each time Josephine posted about how close she was, how excited she was, how this was meant to be, I would increase the bid. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was about the principle. The thrill of it was intoxicating, a kind of control I'd never known. For years, I'd been a pawn in their family drama, moved around, ignored. Now, I was the one pulling the strings. Then, my phone buzzed with a text. It was Josephine. For the first time in weeks, she was texting me directly. "Hi, sweetie, just checking in. How are you? Haven't heard from you in a while. Everything okay?" Fake concern. Transparent. She probably sensed something was off, or maybe she was just trying to smooth things over before her big announcement. I didn't reply. The next morning, an email landed in my inbox. It was from Leo. The subject line read, "Confirmed. Offer accepted. Evergreen Holdings, LLC." I was the owner. The email from Leo, confirming the purchase, felt surreal. I read it 3 times, then forwarded it to Prudence and Zlata with a single word. Done. There was no immediate reply, just the quiet hum of my apartment, the digital confirmation of a victory that felt both monumental and oddly hollow. The closing process took a few weeks, a blur of paperwork and signatures that Prudence and Zlata handled with expert precision through Evergreen Holdings, LLC. I barely had to lift a finger, which was exactly the point. The less my name appeared, the better. Finally, the day came. The house was mine. Or rather, Evergreen Holdings, LLC's. Legally, it was a clean, anonymous transaction. Emotionally, it was a fuse lit, a ticking time bomb. I drove to the mansion alone. The gate swung open silently as I typed in the code Leo had given me. The white pillars loomed, even grander up close. The manicured lawn stretched out, perfect and pristine. This was it. The house my mother had dreamed of, obsessed over, saved for. And now, she wouldn't be stepping foot inside as the owner. I walked through the empty rooms, my footsteps echoing on the polished marble floors. The house was vast, cold and impersonal. It didn't feel like home. It felt like a stage. My eyes landed on the spot where the crystal chandelier was supposed to hang in the grand foyer. My mother had talked about that chandelier for months. She'd found it in a high-end lighting boutique, put a deposit down, and had it on layaway, waiting for the day she could finally install it in her dream home. It was a specific, ornate piece, unique enough that anyone who knew her obsession would recognize it instantly. I pulled out my phone. This was the moment. I had planned this. I walked into the foyer, found the perfect angle, and took a single photo. Just me, standing under the vacant spot where the chandelier would go, the grand staircase curving behind me, a sliver of the marble floor visible. Then I changed into the red dress, the one Josephine had called desperate all those years ago. It still fit, a little snug, but it hugged my curves in a way that made me feel powerful, not desperate. I looked at myself in the mirror, the deep red fabric a stark contrast to the pale walls of the empty mansion. This wasn't about looking beautiful for a prom date. This was about reclaiming something. I went back to the foyer, set up my phone on a tripod, and used a timer. I posed, my chin slightly raised, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk on my lips. The dress was vibrant, defiant. The house was a backdrop, a symbol. I took a few shots until I had the perfect one. It was artful, subtle, yet undeniably loaded. Using Leo's real estate network, which allowed agents to upload photos to public listing sites for properties they'd sold, I found the original listing for the mansion. I clicked upload, selected my photo, and added it to the gallery. No caption, no explanation, just the image. A woman in a red dress, standing in her house. The house everyone knew the Wheelers were supposed to buy. A melancholic high settled over me. The revenge was sweet, yes, but it was also cold. It didn't fill the void, didn't erase the years of feeling invisible. It was a precise, surgical strike, but the wound it was meant to heal was still there, deep inside. My phone buzzed. It was Leo. "Juliet, what was that?" he asked, his voice strained, a mix of confusion and concern. "The photo? What are you doing? People are already talking. The Wheeler family is going to lose their minds." "It's just a photo, Leo," I said, my voice calm, almost detached. "A photo of you in their dream house. The house I just sold to an LLC that you're clearly connected to, he retorted, his frustration evident. Why? Why are you doing this? I didn't answer. I couldn't. How could I explain years of quiet neglect, the slow erosion of self-worth, the constant feeling of being less than? How could I explain that this wasn't just about a house, but about finally being seen, even if it was through an act of calculated cruelty? He wouldn't understand. He couldn't. I hung up. Within minutes, my phone started ringing. It was Josephine. She called once, then again, and again, 11 times in a row, the screen flashing her name, her picture. I watched it, letting it ring, the sound a perverse symphony of her escalating panic. On the 11th try, the ringing stopped. A text message popped up. This has to be a mistake. We were family. I stared at the words. Family. The word tasted like ash. Without hesitation, I opened her contact, scrolled down and tapped. Block contact. The silence that followed was absolute. Blocking Josephine felt like severing a phantom limb. The immediate relief was profound, but a strange ache lingered, a ghost of the connection that had always been more obligation than love. I knew the silence wouldn't last. The photo, uploaded to a public real estate site, was a digital grenade. It was only a matter of time before the shrapnel hit. It didn't take long. My phone, which had been blissfully quiet since I blocked Josephine, buzzed with a DM notification. It was from Olivia, my 16-year-old cousin, the golden child. I hadn't blocked her, mostly because she rarely interacted with me directly. Her message was a string of furious emojis, followed by text. WTF, Juliet? Are you insane? What is wrong with you? That's my aunt's house. You're so jealous it's pathetic. I read it, a bitter smile playing on my lips. My aunt's house. Not my mother's house. Not our family's house. Olivia, of course, would see it through Josephine's lens. She was too young, too pampered, too deeply entrenched in the family's narrative to understand anything else. I didn't reply. What was there to say? That her aunt had tried to charge me for cleaning up a party I wasn't invited to? That this house was just the latest in a lifetime of slights? She wouldn't get it. She couldn't. Next, the calls started coming in from numbers I didn't recognize. I let them go to voicemail. Then, an email. It was from my Uncle Douglas, Olivia's father, Josephine's older brother. He was 56, usually passive, always trying to avoid conflict. He also had a habit of patronizing me, always asking about my little non-profit job, as if it were a hobby, not a career. The subject line read, Juliet, we need to talk. I opened it. His email was surprisingly long for him, filled with a mix of thinly veiled anger and thinly veiled concern. Juliet, what you're doing is tearing the family apart. Your mother is devastated. This house meant everything to her. You know that. This is not how family behaves. You're causing so much pain. Please, reconsider. Let's talk this through. We're family. Family. Again with the family. The word felt like a weapon in their hands, wielded to control, to guilt, to demand conformity. My stomach churned, but not from guilt, from a deep, simmering resentment. I thought about his words. Tearing the family apart. No, Uncle Douglas. The family was already torn. It had been torn for decades, stitched together with flimsy threads of obligation and appearances, while I was left to unravel in the shadows. I closed his email. Then, an idea sparked. A better way to reply, not with words, but with action. I opened a new email, addressed it to Douglas, and attached a draft of a newsletter. It was for the non-profit I worked for, the one focused on empowering overlooked youth. But this wasn't the standard newsletter. This was a new initiative, something I'd been quietly developing with Zlata. The subject line was simple. New Initiative, the Unseen Daughters Project. The draft detailed a new program aimed at providing mentorship, resources, and a safe space for young women who felt marginalized or invisible in their own homes, at school, or in their communities. It spoke about fostering self-worth, building confidence, and ensuring every girl felt seen and valued. It even included a quote: "Every daughter deserves to shine, not just the ones in the spotlight." I hit send. The act felt powerful, a direct counter-narrative to their accusations. They wanted to talk about family? Fine. Let's talk about what family should be. Let's talk about the daughters who are ignored. I leaned back in my chair, a strange mix of emotions swirling inside me. I wanted to be seen. Yes, that was the core of it. Not feared, not hated, but simply seen, acknowledged for who I was, not who they wanted me to be. But maybe fear was the only way to get their attention. Maybe fear would have to do for now. The rest of the day passed in a quiet hum of work, but the tension in the air was palpable, even if only to me. I knew the family was buzzing, dissecting, enraged. I felt their eyes on me, even from afar. As evening approached, I decided to drive back to the mansion. I needed to see it again, to feel the reality of what I had done. I parked across the street, just watching. The lights were on inside, a few of them, illuminating the grand foyer. Then I saw it. A car pulled up to the gate. A familiar car. Josephine's car. My breath hitched. She was here. Uninvited. I watched from the balcony, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. Josephine's car was parked just outside the mansion gates, her figure visible even from this distance, pacing back and forth. She was on her phone, clearly trying to call someone, probably Leo, or maybe even me, forgetting I'd blocked her. The security cameras installed as part of the new system Leo had helped set up for Evergreen Holdings, LLC, offered a clear, if silent, feed to the tablet in my hand. I saw her gesture wildly, her face contorted in a mix of fury and desperation. She was screaming, though I couldn't hear the words. The camera feed was silent, a deliberate choice I'd made when setting up the system. I didn't want to hear her. I just wanted to see her. This was supposed to be mine, I imagined her shrieking. The words I knew she'd be thinking, the words that had probably been echoing in her head since the photo went public. She paced like a caged animal, occasionally shaking the ornate iron gates, as if she could somehow force them open with sheer will. Then, another car pulled up. It was Leo. He got out, looking tired, his shoulders slumped. He must have been getting an earful from the Wheelers all day. He approached Josephine cautiously, trying to talk her down. I watched him, his calm demeanour a stark contrast to her escalating hysteria. He tried to place a hand on her arm, a gesture of placation, but she recoiled as if burned. Her mouth moved, spitting words I couldn't hear but could almost feel. Her face was red, her hair dishevelled. She pointed at the house, then at Leo, then at the camera, as if she knew I was watching. And then she said something, her mouth forming words I could read even from afar, words that sliced through the silent feed and echoed in my mind. A mistake from the start. A mistake from the start. The words hit me with the force of a physical blow. Not just the house, not just the money, not just the betrayal. Me. I was the mistake, the unexpected, unwanted daughter, the one who never quite fit. It was the quiet truth I'd always suspected, now screamed into a silent camera feed for me to witness. Josephine continued to rant, her voice hoarse, her movements increasingly erratic. Leo tried again, gently, to guide her back to her car, but she pushed him away. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she stumbled back to her vehicle, slammed the door and sped away, leaving Leo standing alone by the gates, shaking his head. I stood there on the balcony, long after her car had disappeared down the street, the tablet still clutched in my hand. The cold, triumphant high I'd felt earlier evaporated, replaced by a crushing wave of grief and exhaustion. The revenge didn't satisfy. It felt hollow, bitter. It didn't make me feel seen. It just made me feel empty. My legs felt weak. I stumbled back inside, past the empty space where the chandelier should have been, and collapsed onto the floor in the grand foyer. The tears came, hot and stinging, a torrent of years of suppressed pain. The red dress felt heavy, suffocating. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling, and called Prudence. She answered on the first ring. "Hey, what's up?" she asked, her voice cheerful. "She was here," I choked out, tears streaming down my face. "Josephine, at the gates. She called me. A mistake from the start." Prudence was silent for a moment. Then her voice softened. "Oh, Juliet, I'm so sorry. I know it hurts. I didn't want the house," I sobbed, the words tumbling out raw and unfiltered. "I didn't want the house. I wanted her to feel what I felt. Invisible. To know what it's like to have something you desperately want, something you feel entitled to, ripped away. To be an afterthought. To be nothing." "And she does, Juliet," Prudence said gently. "She absolutely does. But that doesn't make the old wounds disappear, does it?" "No," I whispered. "It just makes new ones." We talked for a long time, Prudence listening patiently, offering comfort, reminding me that this was a process, not a cure. The anger, the hurt, it was all still there. The house was just a symbol, a way to externalize the internal battle. As we were about to hang up, my phone buzzed with an incoming call. It was Zlata. I glanced at the screen, then back at Prudence. "It's Zlata," I said, my voice still thick with tears. "Answer it," Prudence urged. "She's been working hard on the Unseen Daughters project." I took a shaky breath and answered, "Juliet." Zlata's voice was buzzing with excitement, completely unaware of the emotional wreckage I was currently in. "You won't believe it. We just got a major grant. The story you pitched, about the overlooked daughters, about giving them a voice, it resonated. We're building something real, Juliet. Something truly real." Zlata's excited voice cut through my grief, a sudden splash of cold water. "We just got a major grant. Your story, it resonated. We're building something real." I took a shaky breath, wiping the last of the tears from my face. That's incredible, Zlata," I managed, my voice still a little hoarse. The contrast between my personal turmoil and her professional triumph was jarring, but also, strangely, a lifeline. Over the next few weeks, the Unseen Daughters project became my anchor. The grant was substantial, enough to move beyond just a concept. With Zlata's logistical genius and Prudence's legal guidance, we officially launched the new initiative as a standalone non-profit, a sister organisation to the one I already worked for, but with a sharper, more focused mission. I transitioned into a leadership role, dedicating myself fully to building this new space. The media, naturally, picked up on the story, not just the grant, but the underlying narrative, my story. Without explicitly naming my family, I reframed my personal experience of neglect and invisibility as a broader narrative, a common thread among countless young women. I spoke about the subtle ways daughters are overlooked, the emotional scars left by favoritism, the importance of creating spaces where every girl feels seen and valued. I gave interviews, wrote op-eds, and spoke at virtual conferences. My words resonated. People listened. The Wheeler family, meanwhile, was in a full-blown meltdown. Josephine, now a public pariah in her local circles, was furious. She couldn't openly accuse me without admitting her own role in the Venmo request and the Sweet 16 snub, which would only make her look worse. Instead, she tried to spin the situation. I saw an interview she gave to a local lifestyle blog, carefully curated to make her look like the victim. She spoke about unforeseen circumstances preventing her from acquiring her dream home, and alluded to family drama and misunderstandings with a wistful, martyred expression. She painted herself as a hard-working woman whose dreams were cruelly snatched away. She even managed to shed a few crocodile tears. I watched it, feeling a strange mix of disgust and pity. It was her usual performance, but this time the audience wasn't just me. The comments section was brutal. People knew. The story of the overlooked daughter and the dream home had gone viral in local circles, and the public wasn't on her side. The mansion, my mansion, became a symbol. It was the physical manifestation of my refusal to be invisible anymore. but the initial raw satisfaction of revenge had dulled. It was still there, a quiet hum of vindication, but it was no longer the driving force. The true satisfaction came from building something meaningful, something that would genuinely help others avoid the pain I'd endured. I decided to make one final, artful statement from the house. Not a public shaming, but a message of hope. I had the crystal chandelier, the one Josephine had on layaway, delivered and installed in the grand foyer. It hung there, sparkling, reflecting light across the marble floor. I set up my camera, not for a selfie, but for a video. I stood beneath the chandelier, wearing a simple, elegant dress, not the red one, but a soft, cream-coloured one that felt like new beginnings. I held a single sheet of paper. "To the invisible daughters," I began, my voice clear and steady, looking directly into the lens. "To the ones who feel like shadows in their own homes, whose achievements are overlooked, whose voices are unheard. You are not a mistake. You are not an afterthought. You are not the dust beneath the chandelier." I paused, letting my gaze sweep around the grand, empty foyer. "You are the chandelier. You are the light. You are meant to shine brightly and unapologetically. Don't let anyone dim your sparkle. Your worth is inherent, not granted by external validation. Find your light and let it illuminate the world." I finished the video, uploaded it to the Unseen Daughters Project's social media channels, and let it go. It wasn't about Josephine anymore. It was about every other girl like me. I felt a shift within myself. The raw, burning anger had cooled into a quiet strength. I hadn't forgiven what was done, not truly, but I had matured past the need for petty retaliation. The house, the revenge, had served its purpose. It had carved out a space for justice, for my voice to be heard. A few days later, a thick envelope arrived in the mail. The return address was a law firm I recognized as Josephine's. My heart gave a familiar clench, but this time it was curiosity, not dread. The handwriting on the envelope was familiar too, my mother's neat, elegant script. It was her will. I stared at the thick envelope, the elegant script of Josephine's handwriting, a stark contrast to the legal firm's printed address. My mother's will. She was only 53, healthy as far as I knew. This wasn't a death notice, but a declaration. A final, calculated move in her long game of control. I opened it, my fingers steady. The document was several pages long, filled with legal jargon. I skipped past the preamble, past the charitable donations, and went straight to the beneficiaries. My Uncle Douglas was mentioned, receiving a modest sum, Aunt Carol a smaller one. Then, there it was. To my beloved niece, Olivia Wheeler, I bequeathed the entirety of my remaining estate, including all financial assets, properties, and personal effects, in recognition of her unwavering love, support, and dedication to our family. My name wasn't there. Not a single mention. Not a penny, not a trinket, not even a token gesture. She had cut me out completely, left everything to Olivia, her golden child, her perfect proxy. A slow smile spread across my face. It wasn't a bitter smile or a sad one. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated understanding. I had expected nothing less. This was Josephine. This was her final, desperate attempt to assert control, to inflict a wound she thought would sting, to prove her narrative of me as the ungrateful, undeserving daughter. But the blade was dull. It couldn't cut me any more. I folded the will neatly, placed it back in the envelope, and set it aside. It was a relic of a past I was actively dismantling. My phone was in my hand. I opened the Venmo app. I scrolled through my past transactions, past the $375 I had paid to Josephine just weeks ago. I found Olivia's profile. I sent her a new Venmo request for $375. The caption I typed was simple, direct, and utterly devoid of the passive-aggressive emojis my mother favoured. It read, "For emotional cleanup, I hit send." It wasn't about the money. It was about the echo, the full circle. The final, quiet statement that I was no longer playing by their rules. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't angry. I was simply done. I walked through my mansion, the one that was legally mine, the one that had been the catalyst for this entire explosive saga. The crystal chandelier, installed just days ago, sparkled above me, casting intricate patterns of light across the marble floor. It wasn't just a symbol anymore. It was a beacon. Upstairs, the house was no longer empty. The grand bedrooms, once echoing with silence, were now bustling with quiet activity. Dozens of care packages were being sorted on long tables, filled with books, journals, art supplies, and self-care items. They were destined for the first cohort of girls joining the Unseen Daughters project. Young women who, like me, had felt overlooked, unheard, invisible. A new generation of staffers, bright-eyed and enthusiastic, moved efficiently through the rooms, their voices low as they discussed logistics. Zlata was there, directing traffic with her usual calm competence. Prudence was on a video call in what would become the main office, her voice firm as she negotiated a new partnership. The house, once a monument to my mother's unattainable dreams and my own quiet rage, was transforming. It was becoming a hub, a sanctuary, a place where invisibility was not just acknowledged, but actively combated. It was becoming a home for those who needed to be seen. I watched them, a profound sense of peace settling over me. My revenge hadn't healed me completely. Some scars would always remain, but it had carved out the space for justice. It had forced a reckoning, not just for my family, but for myself. It had allowed me to reclaim my narrative, to turn my pain into purpose. They used to say karma always finds you. I just left her the forwarding address.
The day Leonardo handed me the keys to our old Victorian house, he smirked and said, "Consider it a parting gift, darling, your very own financial coffin. I'm Serena, and this is how I turn my ex-husband's spite into the sweetest revenge I never knew I needed." The keys felt cold in my palm as I stood in the lawyer's office, watching Leonardo swagger out with his designer briefcase and his new girlfriend waiting in his Tesla. 6 years of marriage dissolved in a handful of signatures, and all I had to show for it was a deteriorating money pit that even the local historical society had given up on. "Are you sure about this arrangement?" My lawyer touched my arm gently. "We could still contest." "No," I said, straightening my shoulders. "I'm done fighting. Let him keep the accounts." That weekend, my family hosted their monthly barbecue. I almost didn't go, but my brother Reed insisted. "You can't hide forever," he said, helping me out of his truck. "Besides, I'll run interference. I should have known better." The moment I stepped into Aunt George's backyard, the whispers started. Like moths to a flame, relatives clustered in small groups, their voices dropping to concerned murmurs as I passed. "Did you hear about the settlement?" "Such a shame. That house is absolutely worthless." I grabbed a paper plate and loaded it with potato salad I knew I wouldn't eat. Reed squeezed my shoulder and went to grab us drinks, leaving me temporarily exposed. That's when Trisha struck. "Serena, there you are!" My cousin's voice dripped with artificial sweetness. She air-kissed my cheeks, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the sunlight. "We've all been so worried about you." "I'm fine, Trisha. Really." "Of course you are," she said, adjusting her designer sunglasses. "Though I have to ask, are you actually living in that house?" Before I could answer, her husband Derek joined us, beer in hand. "The Victorian? God, that place should be condemned. Leonardo really got you good with that one." I forced a smile. "It has potential." Trisha laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "Potential for what? A haunted house attraction?" She turned to the growing crowd of relatives. "Remember when we were kids and used to dare each other to knock on that door? We were convinced it was haunted. At least it's shelter," Aunt Georgia chimed in, patting my arm with pity. "Though you really should consider selling it for land value, dear. Start fresh." "And do what?" Trisha asked. "She has no career, no savings." She looked me up and down. "The truth is, Serena, you've never earned anything in your life. Everything was handed to you by Leonardo. And look how that turned out. The yard went quiet. Even the kids stopped playing, sensing the tension. Reed appeared at my side, but I held up a hand to stop him. Something inside me shifted. 6 years of being told I wasn't enough. 6 years of Leonardo managing our finances because I couldn't handle it. 6 years of Trisha's backhanded comments about my choices. I reached into my purse and pulled out the stack of elegant cream-colored cards I'd been debating whether to distribute. Actually, I said, my voice steady, I'm hosting an open house next Saturday. You're all invited. Trisha snorted. An open house? For that dump? I handed her a card first, watching her perfectly manicured nails close around it. 4 to 7 p.m. Don't be late. Is this some kind of joke? Derek peered over his wife's shoulder at the invitation. Not at all. I started distributing cards to everyone in the yard. I think it's time my family saw exactly what I'm capable of. Capable of what? Trisha called after me as I walked away. Giving tours of a disaster zone? I turned back, meeting her eyes. You know what they say about assumptions, cousin? They make an ass out of you and me. I paused. Well, mostly you. Reed followed me to his truck, trying to hide his grin. You realize they're all going to show up just to see you fail, right? I buckled my seatbelt and looked at the invitation in my hand. The letterpress printing had cost a fortune, but it was worth it. That's exactly what I'm counting on. As we pulled away from Aunt George's house, I could see them all still standing in the yard, invitations in hand, whispering amongst themselves. Tricia's voice carried across the lawn. She's delusional. That house is worth nothing. I smiled to myself, thinking of the secrets hidden behind those Victorian walls. They had no idea what I'd been up to for the past 3 months. No idea at all. You sure about this? Reed asked as we turned onto the main road. I touched the house key hanging from my neck. My albatross turned ammunition. Some people need to learn the hard way that rock bottom is just a foundation waiting to be built on. And I was about to show them exactly how high I could build. 3 months earlier, I stood in what was supposed to be my living room, surrounded by gutted walls and the musty smell of neglect. YouTube played on my phone, propped against a paint can. DIY Home Renovation Basics, Episode 1. First, we need to assess the damage, the cheerful host announced. I paused the video and looked around. Damage was an understatement. The Victorians' bones were solid, but decades of neglect had turned it into exactly what Tricia called it, a disaster zone. The doorbell rang, making me jump. It was Reed, carrying a large toolbox. Housewarming gift, he said, setting it down, though house freezing might be more accurate. It's like an icebox in here. The heating's shot, I admitted, hugging myself, and the insulation's practically non-existent. Reed walked the perimeter of the room, tapping walls and checking corners. You know, I could help you sell this place. I know some developers who— No. I picked up a crowbar. Leonardo gave me this house thinking it would break me. I'm not giving him the satisfaction. Okay, crazy lady. Reed grabbed another crowbar. Where do we start? We spent that weekend tearing out rotted drywall and pulling up warped floorboards. Every swing of the crowbar felt like therapy. Every crashed piece of damaged wood like revenge. By Monday, my arms ached, but I had a plan. My freelance copywriting job could be done anywhere with Wi-Fi, so I set up a makeshift office in the kitchen, the only room with somewhat reliable electricity. During the day, I wrote marketing content for clients. At night, I became a student of home renovation. The key to insulation, my YouTube mentor explained, is proper installation. Any gaps can reduce efficiency by up to 25%. I learned about R values and vapor barriers, about the difference between fiberglass and spray foam, about how to wear a proper respirator mask, and why you should never skimp on safety equipment. The first real test came when I discovered black mold behind the bathroom walls. I sat on the stairs that night, covered in dust, and called Reed in tears. I can't afford a remediation service, I sobbed. This is going to bankrupt me. How much is in your emergency fund? 8,000. But that's everything I have left after Leonardo. Use it, Reed said firmly. You can't live with black mold, S. So I did. I hired professionals for the mold and learned everything else I could on my own. YouTube became my professor. Home improvement stores my campus. I worked 14-hour days, writing until my fingers cramped, then switching to power tools until my shoulders burned. One evening, as I was finishing laying new subfloor in the dining room, someone knocked on the front door. I opened it to find a tall man in a suit looking confused. I'm sorry, he said, checking his phone. I must have the wrong address. I'm looking for the Victorian on Maple Street that's supposedly for sale. This is Maple Street, but the house isn't for sale. He looked up, surprised. I'm Everett Armstrong, local realtor. I could have sworn... He peered past me, his eyes widening. Wait, are you renovating? Trying to. I stepped back, letting him see the progress, though some days it feels more like archaeology. Everett walked in, his professional demeanor giving way to genuine interest. He studied the new subfloor, the freshly framed walls, the carefully preserved original molding I'd spent weeks restoring. You did all this yourself? I nodded. Mind if I look around? For the next 20 minutes, Everett explored every room, asking questions about my plans, nodding at my choices. Finally, he returned to the living room, where I waited nervously. Do you have any idea, he said slowly, what this place could be worth, if done right? I shook my head. He pulled out a business card. When you're ready to sell, and I mean really ready, call me. This isn't just a renovation. This is a resurrection. After he left, I sat on my newly installed subfloor, turning his card over in my hands. Selling hadn't been part of my plan. This was supposed to be about proving I could make something of this financial coffin. But as I looked around at what I'd already accomplished, at the elegant bones of the house emerging from beneath years of neglect, a new idea began to form. One that made me think of Trisha's sneering face at family gatherings, of Leonardo's smirk when he handed over the keys. I pulled out my phone and started a new note, open house timeline. At the top, I wrote a target date, 3 months out. Below that, I listed everything left to do. Kitchen renovation, bathroom updates, refinish hardwood floors, repair original windows, landscape the yard. It was ambitious, possibly insane. But as I stood there in my paint-stained overalls, surrounded by the evidence of everything I'd already achieved, I knew one thing for certain. The best revenge wouldn't be just living well. It would be succeeding spectacularly, right in front of their doubting eyes. I picked up my hammer. Time to get back to work. Have you seen Serena lately? Aunt Georgia's voice carried through the church hall after Sunday service. I hear she's still living in that dreadful house. I pretended to be absorbed in the coffee and donuts table, but kept my ears tuned to their conversation. Poor thing probably can't afford anything else, Trisha replied loudly enough to ensure I'd hear. I drove by there last week. It looks exactly the same from the outside, like something from a horror movie. Of course it did. I deliberately left the exterior untouched, letting the peeling paint and overgrown yard serve as camouflage for what was happening inside. Let them think nothing had changed. Let them believe I was drowning. Amy, Trisha's younger sister, approached me with an apologetic smile. Don't listen to them. How are you really doing? I'm surviving. I sipped my coffee, hiding my smile. How's the real estate market? I heard you got your license. It's crazy right now. Houses in this area are selling for insane prices. She lowered her voice. If you ever want to list your place... Thanks, but I'm managing. Are you? Tricia appeared beside us, designer purse swinging. Because I just bought an investment property up in Lake Grove. 3 bedrooms, completely updated. Already have renters lined up. She paused for effect. That's how you build wealth, you know, not by squatting in a crack house inheritance. I thought about my newly installed heated tile floors, the custom kitchen cabinets being delivered next week, the antique chandelier I'd restored to its original glory. Everyone has their own path, Tricia. Speaking of paths, Aunt Georgia joined us. Have you considered going back to school? Getting some real skills? I had to bite back a laugh, thinking of the electrical wiring I'd mastered, the plumbing I'd repaired, the walls I'd rebuilt. I'm learning plenty right now. Learning how to live in squalor doesn't count, Tricia snickered. My phone buzzed, a real estate alert. I opened it casually, making sure Tricia could see the screen. A nearby Victorian, half the size of mine and in worse condition, had just sold for $495,000. Isn't that near you? Amy asked, peering at my phone. Same street. I pulled up Everett's contact. Excuse me, I need to make a call. I stepped outside, aware of their eyes following me. Once alone, I texted Everett, "Let's talk price strategy." His response was immediate. Finally, come by the office tomorrow? That evening, I worked late installing crown molding in the master bedroom. My hands were steady, each cut precise. 3 months of renovation had transformed not just the house, but me. My arms were stronger, my confidence solid as the new foundation under the kitchen. The doorbell rang around 8. It was Reed, carrying takeout. "Thought you might need dinner," he said, then whistled as he looked around. "Holy shit, S. This place is unreal." I led him through the house, showing him the progress since his last visit. The original hardwood floors now gleamed like honey. The kitchen was a chef's dream, waiting only for its finishing touches. Every bathroom sparkled with vintage-inspired tile work I'd laid myself. "I can't believe you did all this," he said, shaking his head. "Does anyone else in the family know?" "Not yet." I unpacked the Chinese food. "But they will. Tricia's going to lose her mind." "That's the plan." I told him about the open house timeline, about Everett's involvement, about the comparable sale down the street. Reed let out a low whistle. "You're really going to sell it? I thought this was your revenge renovation." "It is." I picked up my chopsticks. "But revenge doesn't pay bills. Besides, selling it for triple what Leonardo thought it was worth, that's the ultimate payback." "Speaking of Leonardo," Reed said carefully, "he was asking about you at his gym. Heard rumors about construction noise coming from the house." "Let him wonder." I smiled. "He'll find out with everyone else." My phone buzzed again. Another real estate alert. This time, a Victorian in even worse condition than mine had sold for $500,000 to $25,000. "Reed," I said slowly, "I think I need to aim higher." "Higher than what?" Everett suggested listing at $650,000. But with these comps, I pulled up my renovation photos, scrolling through this before and after shots. I've done way more than these other properties. "Do it," Reed said firmly. "Shoot for the moon. Make them all choke on their assumptions." Later that night, after Reed left, I walked through my almost finished masterpiece. Every room held memories of late nights, YouTube tutorials, and determination born of spite. But it had become more than revenge. It was proof of what I could do when people underestimated me. I opened my laptop and emailed Everett. "New plan. Let's discuss a starting price of $750,000. His response came minutes later. "Bold. I love it. See you tomorrow." I closed my laptop and smiled at my reflection in the newly installed vintage mirror. Tricia's voice echoed in my head. "That's how you build wealth." "No, dear cousin. This is how you build wealth. One nail, one tile, one perfectly restored room at a time." The crack in the foundation stopped me cold. I was installing baseboards in the living room when I noticed it, a hairline fracture spreading like a spider web across the concrete. "It's structural," the contractor confirmed, kneeling to examine it. "You're looking at minimum $20,000 to fix it properly." $20,000. The number hit me like a physical blow. I'd spent my emergency fund on the mold remediation. My credit cards were maxed from materials. The open house was 3 weeks away. As soon as the contractor left, I called Everett. "We need to cancel," I said, my voice shaking. "The foundation." "Breathe," he interrupted. "Tell me exactly what they found." I explained the situation, trying to keep my voice steady. "I can't afford this, Everett. I'm done. Meet me for coffee in 20 minutes. The local cafe was quiet for a Tuesday afternoon. Everett was already there when I arrived, laptop open, spreadsheets displayed. "Look at these comps," he said before I could even sit down. 3 similar Victorians sold in the last month. All needed major work. All sold above asking. But the market is insane right now. People are fighting over historic properties. He turned the laptop toward me. "Your renovation work is superior to anything I've seen lately. Even with the foundation issues, we're still in a strong position." I stared at the numbers, remembering Leonardo's voice. "You've never understood finance, darling. Leave the money decisions to me." "I can't take out a loan," I said quietly. "Leonardo destroyed my credit during the divorce." "Then we get creative." Everett pulled out a notepad. "What assets do you have left?" I laughed bitterly. "Besides this money pit? Nothing." "Nothing?" He raised an eyebrow. "What about that collection of vintage furniture in your garage?" I'd forgotten about those pieces, antiques I'd been saving to stage the house. "They're worth maybe $5,000 total." "That's a start. What else?" By the end of our coffee, we had a plan. I would sell the furniture, my rarely used car, and some jewelry Leonardo had given me during better times. Reed offered to loan me the remaining amount. "It's an investment," he insisted when I protested. "I trust you." That night, I worked until dawn, carefully documenting every inch of the foundation damage for the repair team. My hands shook as I took photos, but not from exhaustion. "You're too emotional," Leonardo used to say whenever I questioned his financial decisions. "This is why you can't handle money." The memory made me grip my camera tighter. The same man who drained our savings for risky investments, who'd hidden credit card debt until it was too late, had convinced me I was the financial liability. The repair team arrived at sunrise. For the next week, I barely slept, supervising the foundation work while continuing my own renovations. Every spare minute was spent listing furniture online, negotiating with buyers, arranging pickups. "You look terrible," Reed said, bringing me coffee one morning. "When's the last time you ate?" "I'm fine." I was installing reclaimed tile in the guest bathroom, each piece a fraction of the cost of new tile, but twice the work to install. "I have to finish this today." He took the trowel from my hands. "Talk to me." I sat back on my heels, suddenly exhausted. What if they're right? What if I'm in over my head? "Who? Trisha? Leonardo?" Reed scoffed. "Look around you. Look what you've already done." "But the foundation is getting fixed, and you found a way to pay for it, didn't you? Without anyone's help except mine." He helped me up. "That's what they never understood about you. You don't just survive obstacles, you transform them." The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of contractors, final touches, and endless details. I sold my car and took Ubers to pick up supplies. I worked through the night, installing light fixtures and touching up paint. Every decision, every dollar, every minute was focused on one goal. The day before the inspection, Everett stopped by to check the progress. "Incredible," he said, walking through the house. "Simply incredible." He paused in the newly restored entryway. "You know, I have 3 buyers already interested. Sight unseen." "Really?" He nodded. "Based on the photos alone, they're ready to bid. With the right strategy, we could start a bidding war." "How much?" "With just one buyer, you could clear $700,000. But with 3 competing," he smiled, "the sky's the limit." That night, I stood in my finished masterpiece, running my hands along the smooth walls, feeling the solid foundation beneath my feet. Every inch of this house had been touched by my determination, my learning, my refusal to accept failure. My phone buzzed, A text from Trisha. Heard you're still doing that open house thing. Hope you at least cleaned the place up. I smiled, thinking of the surprise waiting for her and the rest of my doubting family. They thought they were coming to witness my humiliation. Instead, they were about to attend my coronation. The day before the open house, Aunt Georgia hosted another family barbecue. This time, I arrived early, wearing my paint-stained work clothes on purpose. Oh, sweetie, Aunt Georgia tisked, opening the door. You could have changed first. Been too busy working, I said cheerfully, heading to the backyard where the family was gathering. Trisha was holding court near the grill, showing off photos of her new lake house on her phone. The property values up there are insane. We'll double our investment in 5 years. Easy. Speaking of investments, Derek called out as I passed, how's that haunted house of yours, Serena? Still standing? Barely, I said, loading my plate with the food. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Oh, you're really going through with that? Trisha laughed. I thought you were joking. Nope. 4 to 7 p.m. Don't forget to wear shoes you don't mind getting dirty. Amy approached, looking concerned. Serena, I know you're trying to be brave, but maybe it's time to be realistic. I could list it as a tear down. Thanks, Amy, but I've got it covered. Covered in what? Mold? Trisha snorted. God, you're still so delusional. Just like when you thought Leonardo actually loved you. The yard went quiet. Even Aunt Georgia looked uncomfortable. Trisha, Amy warned. No, let's be honest here. Trisha set down her wine glass. You've been playing house flipper for what? 3 months? With no experience, no skills, no money? She turned to the gathered family. Remember when she tried to start that online business? Or that time she thought she could be a wedding planner? I remember, I said calmly. Just like I remember who sabotaged my first client meeting. Trisha flushed. I did you a favor. You would have failed anyway. Maybe. I took a bite of potato salad. But at least I tried. Tried and failed. Like always. Trisha stepped closer. My God. You still live in that ruin. You didn't earn it. Just like you didn't earn your marriage. Or your freedom, apparently. Trisha, Aunt Georgia finally intervened. That's enough. No, let her finish, I said, setting down my plate. I want to hear exactly what she thinks about my life choices. Fine. Trisha crossed her arms. I think you're pathetic. I think you're living in denial. I think that house is a perfect metaphor for your life. Broken, worthless, and beyond repair. I reached into my back pocket and pulled out my phone. Interesting perspective. Want to see some photos of what pathetic looks like? What? From the house. I've been documenting everything. I held up my phone, but didn't unlock it. But you know what? Why spoil the surprise? Come tomorrow. See it in person. Why would I waste my time? Because, I smiled, I want you to be there when the offers come in. Derek laughed. Offers? For that dump? You'd be surprised what proper renovation can do for property value. I turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Trisha? Wear something nice. There will be photographers. Photographers? Amy perked up. For what? You'll see. I headed for the gate, then turned back one last time. By the way, how much did you pay for that lake house? $450? $500,000, Trisha said proudly. A steal in this market. Interesting. I unlocked my phone and pulled up Everett's latest message. Good to know. Reed followed me to my Uber. That was cruel, he said, but he was grinning. Cruel would be showing her the pre-qualified buyers list now. I showed him my phone. Everett's message displaying 3 potential buyers, all ready to bid well over asking price. She's going to lose her mind tomorrow. That's the plan. I hugged him. You're coming early to help set up, right? Wouldn't miss it for the world. As the Uber pulled away, I caught a glimpse of Trisha in heated discussion with Derek, gesturing at her phone. Probably trying to look up property records, searching for permits, anything to prove I was bluffing. Let her search. Let her stew. Let her spend the night wondering what waited behind those weathered Victorian walls. My phone buzzed. Another text from Everett. Final inspection passed. We're good to go. By the way, fourth buyer just called. Very motivated. I texted back. Perfect. Let's give them all a show they'll never forget. Back at the house, I walked through each room one final time. Tomorrow, these spaces would be filled with people. Real estate agents, potential buyers, and my dear doubting family. They'd see the restored hardwood floors gleaming like glass, the custom kitchen with its marble countertops, the handcrafted tile work I'd laid piece by piece. But more than that, they'd see what I'd become, what I'd built from the ruins of my marriage, my confidence, my life. I touched the wall of the entryway, feeling the smooth, perfect finish under my fingers. Ready or not, I whispered to the house, tomorrow we show them exactly what we're worth. And it would be worth far more than any lake house Trisha could ever buy. At precisely 3:55 p.m., I heard Trisha's Mercedes pull up outside, right on schedule. She'd want to be first, to get her criticisms ready before everyone else arrived. Oh my God, I heard her say to Derek. She actually painted it. The Victorian's exterior now gleamed in historic slate blue with cream trim. The wraparound porch restored to its original glory. Fresh landscaping lined the brick pathway to the front door. I smoothed my black cocktail dress and opened the door before they could knock. Welcome to my ruin, I said sweetly. Trisha's jaw dropped. Behind her, Derek actually stumbled on the porch steps. The entryway glowed with restored hardwood floors and period-appropriate wallpaper. A crystal chandelier, the one I'd spent weeks restoring, cast rainbow prisms across the walls. The original staircase curved upward, its banister gleaming with hand-rubbed oil. This is impossible, Trisha whispered. The living room is through here, I gestured, enjoying her stunned expression. Watch your step on the heated marble floors. More cars were pulling up outside. I could hear exclamations of surprise, the clicks of camera phones. Reed was greeting people on the porch, handling the initial shock reactions. Serena? Amy's voice trembled as she entered. This is incredible. Thank you. I led them through to the kitchen. The cabinets are custom maple. All the appliances are smart enabled. But how? Trisha spun in place, taking in the waterfall quartz countertops, the professional grade range, the butler's pantry with its wine fridge. How did you afford this? I didn't just write checks, if that's what you mean. I ran my hand along the countertop I'd installed myself. I did most of the work personally. Every tile, every cabinet, every finish. Aunt Georgia appeared in the doorway, her face pale. You did this yourself? YouTube is an excellent teacher. The house filled quickly. Family members, neighbors, and serious buyers with their realtors. Everett worked the crowd professionally, highlighting features I'd strategically incorporated. The original crown molding, the restored pocket doors, the modern amenities hidden behind historic charm. The primary suite is upstairs, I announced to the group. It includes a custom bathroom and walk-in closet. As people climbed the stairs, I heard Trisha hiss to Derek, call Marcus, find out what he knows about property values on this street. I smiled, leading the tour into my masterpiece, the primary bathroom with its claw foot tub, heated floors, and custom tile work that had taken me 3 weeks to complete. The tile pattern is original to the period, I explained to the amazed group. I've recreated it by hand. This is magazine-worthy, one of the realtors said, snapping photos. Speaking of magazines, Everett appeared at my elbow. The photographer from Architectural Digest is here. Architectural Digest? Trisha's voice cracked. You're joking. They're doing a feature on historic renovations, I said. They seem particularly interested in the before and after photos. We continued the tour. 5 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, office space, media room, and a finished basement with a wine cellar. Every room told the story of countless hours of work, of skills learned, of determination fueled by spite. I need air, Trisha muttered, heading for the back patio. But even there she couldn't escape. The patio I'd laid myself opened onto professionally landscaped gardens. The outdoor kitchen gleamed with high-end appliances. String lights twinkled overhead in the early evening light. Serena, Everett touched my arm. We need to talk offers. I followed him to the kitchen where 3 realtors waited with their buyers. Trisha trailed behind, trying to appear disinterested. We have a confirmed offer, Everett said loudly enough for everyone to hear. $749,000. Cash. Close in 10 days. The room went silent. That's impossible, Trisha stammered. The lake house only cost $500,000. Yes, I remember. I turned to Everett. Are there other offers? 2 more coming in, both over asking. Aunt Georgia sank into one of the kitchen chairs. Over asking? But it would mean, I said quietly, that this worthless house is now worth more than any other property in the family, including your lake house, Trisha. Any idiot can flip a house, she snapped, but her voice shook. Any idiot can inherit one, I corrected. It takes something else entirely to rebuild. The photographer from Architectural Digest appeared, asking for a few statements about the renovation process. As I spoke with her, I watched my family's expression shift from shock to something else. A dawning realization that the failure they'd pitied had outmaneuvered them all. Serena? Amy approached as the photographer left. I owe you an apology. Save it, I said, but gently. Just remember this the next time you're tempted to underestimate someone. Everett caught my eye from across the room and held up his phone, mouthing another offer. I nodded, watching Trisha's face as she overheard realtors discussing numbers that made her lake house look like a starter home. Sometimes revenge doesn't scream. Sometimes it just sparkles, like light through restored vintage glass, illuminating exactly who was wrong about whom. The final offer came in as the last guests were leaving. Everett gathered me, Reed, and the winning buyer's agent in the kitchen while my family lingered in the living room, pretending not to eavesdrop. $815,000, Everett announced. All cash, flexible closing date, no contingencies. The number hung in the air like crystal chimes. Even Reed whistled low. I'll need an answer by morning, the buyer's agent said. My clients are prepared to move quickly. Give us a moment, Everett replied, leading me into the butler's pantry. It's 65 over asking, he whispered. What do you think? I peeked through the doorway at my family. Trisha was furiously typing on her phone, probably researching comparable sales. Aunt Georgia was touching the walls like she couldn't believe they were real. Amy was taking photos of the light fixtures I'd restored by hand. Let's do it, I said, but I have one condition. 20 minutes later, I gathered everyone in the living room. Trisha tried to leave, but Derek held her back, curiosity winning over pride. I want to thank you all for coming, I began, standing by the fireplace I'd rebuilt brick by brick, especially those of you who expressed such concern about my choices these past months. Aunt Georgia shifted uncomfortably. Someone coughed. As you may have heard, I've accepted an offer on the house. $815,000. That's impossible, Trisha burst out. The market can't support. Actually, Everett stepped forward, it can, and it did. The appraisal came in at $790. Your cousin created enough additional value to justify the price. But that's more than double what Leonardo thought it was worth, Amy said. Triple, actually. I smiled. He valued it at $250 when he gave it to me. Called it a financial coffin. Reed snorted. Bet he's regretting that now. Speaking of regrets, I turned to Trisha. Remember when you said I never earned anything in my life? She flushed dark red. Serena, No, please. Let me finish. I pulled a stack of papers from behind the mantel. These are the receipts for every material I bought, every tool I learned to use, every skill I had to master. I dropped them on the coffee table. I earned every penny of this sale, every blister, every sleepless night, every YouTube tutorial at 3 a.m. We get it, Derek said uncomfortably. You proved your point. Not quite. I handed Trisha a business card. This is for when you're ready to sell that lake house. Next time, talk with a bid. The room went deadly quiet. Even Reed looked shocked at my audacity. You think I'd list with you? Trisha's voice shook. After this spectacle? Not with me. With Everett. I gestured to my realtor, who, as of today, is my new business partner in a historic renovation consulting firm. Everett stepped forward, offering his own card. We're specializing in property transformation. Your lake house could benefit from our expertise. Trisha's hand trembled as she took the card. This was your plan all along? No, I said honestly. Originally, I just wanted to prove you wrong. But somewhere between laying tile and rewiring electricity, I discovered I'm actually good at this. Really good. The magazine spread comes out next month, Everett added. We already have clients waiting. One by one, my family members began to leave. Some offered congratulations. Others just nodded awkwardly. Amy hugged me, whispering, I'm so sorry in my ear. Aunt Georgia paused at the door, looking like she wanted to say something, then just shook her head and left. Trisha was the last to go. She stood in the doorway, clutching her designer purse like a shield. I don't understand, she said finally. Why didn't you tell anyone what you were doing? Would you have believed me if I had? She looked away. I suppose not. Exactly. I handed her a brochure for our new business. But now you know better. We all do. After everyone left, Reed helped me collect the empty champagne glasses while Everett made calls to finalize the paperwork. You know they're never going to forgive you for this, Reed said quietly. For what? Succeeding? For succeeding so spectacularly. For proving them all wrong. For turning their pity into envy. I looked around at my masterpiece, at the house that had transformed from coffin to cocoon to crown. Maybe not, I agreed, but I didn't do this for forgiveness. What did you do it for? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A text from Leonardo. Heard about the sale. We should talk. I deleted it without responding. I did it, I said to Reed, because sometimes the only way to show people your worth is to build something so beautiful they can't ignore it. Everett came in, holding up his phone. The buyers signed. It's official. I touched the wall one last time, feeling the smooth finish under my fingers. Then let's celebrate, to new beginnings. And old endings, Reed added, raising his glass. I smiled, thinking of Trisha's face when she heard the final price. Of Leonardo's deleted text. Of all the doubts I turned into determination. To both, I said, but mostly to what we build in between. The moving truck pulled away, leaving me alone in the empty Victorian. My footsteps echoed through the rooms that had become both my battlefield and my victory ground. My phone buzzed. Another message from Trisha. The third this week. Please reconsider. The lake house needs work, and your company's wait list is months long. Family should come first. I deleted it without responding, just like I deleted Leonardo's attempts to reconnect and Aunt Georgia's carefully worded apologies. The doorbell rang. Reed stood on the porch with 2 coffee cups and a knowing smile. Last walkthrough? Something like that. I handed him a key. For the new owners. They close tomorrow. We wandered through the house, our footsteps bouncing off bare walls. Every room held memories. The kitchen where I'd learned to install cabinets. The bathroom where I'd cried over cracked tiles. The bedroom where I'd slept on a mattress surrounded by tools and dreams. Amy called me, Reed said, sipping his coffee. She's worried about you. Because I won't help Trisha? Because you're not returning anyone's calls. She thinks you're isolating yourself. I stopped in the living room, looking out the window I'd restored with my own hands. I'm not isolating. I'm selecting. Meaning, I'm done maintaining relationships built on other people's assumptions about my worth. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Everett. Meeting with potential clients in an hour. That gorgeous Victorian on Pine Street. You ready? I have to go, I told Reed. New project starting. Serena. He caught my arm. Don't let your revenge become your prison. It's not revenge anymore. I gestured around the empty house. This was revenge. What I'm doing now, this is reconstruction. Of houses or relationships? Both. But this time, I'm choosing the foundation. We stepped out onto the porch. A sleek black car pulled up. My new business partner right on time. The magazine article came out this morning, Everett called, waving his phone. We've got 12 new inquiries already. Reed hugged me goodbye. Just don't be a stranger, okay? Some bridges are worth keeping. I watched him drive away, thinking about bridges, about which ones to burn, which to rebuild, which to abandon to time and tide. My phone buzzed yet again. Leonardo, the house looks amazing. You always had potential. Maybe we could discuss things over dinner? Delete. Trisha, the realtor says our lake house could sell for $900K with the right renovations. Please, Serena. I know I was wrong. Delete. Aunt Georgia, the family isn't the same without you at gatherings. We miss you. I paused over this one, remembering Sunday barbecues, holiday dinners, the complex web of family ties that had both supported and strangled me. Ready? Everett called from the car. I took one last look at the Victorian. Through the windows, I could see the new owner's interior designer measuring for curtains. Soon, this house would hold another family's stories, while I moved on to create new transformations. Coming, I called to Everett, then typed a quick response to Aunt Georgia. I miss you too, but I'm building something new now. When it's ready, I'll invite you to see it. This time, come with open eyes. Send. The ride to our new project was quiet until Everett cleared his throat. You know, we could help Trisha with the lake house. Could be profitable. It's not about profit anymore. I watched the familiar streets slide by. It's about value, real value. And family isn't valuable? Family is precious, I corrected. But like any precious material, it needs to be refined, restored, sometimes stripped down to its bones and rebuilt. We pulled up to the Pine Street Victorian. Like my old house, it was a diamond buried under decades of neglect. The owners waited on the porch, hope bright in their eyes. Besides, I said, grabbing my tablet with its design software, I already have a family. Oh? You read. These houses we save. The people who trust us to turn their wrecks into wonders. I stepped out of the car. I didn't burn my life down. I remodeled it. And some wreckage is better left unsalvaged. The owners waved, eager to show us their property's potential. I walked up their crumbling steps, already seeing past the peeling paint and rotted wood to the beauty waiting to emerge. My phone buzzed one last time. Read. Love you, sis. Proud of you. Save. Some messages, like some relationships, were worth keeping. The rest? Well, sometimes the strongest structures rise from cleared ground. I tucked my phone away and smiled at the nervous owners. So, I said, tell me about your vision for this house, because that's what I do now. I help people build their dreams from the ruins of what was, knowing exactly how it feels to rise from the wreckage, stronger and more beautiful than before.